You're not going to believe it, but everything is so amazing that I'm flabbergasted. I know it sounds too good to be true, but it is true. Like everything I say, or most things I say, anyway, most of the time. I'm generally not willfully trying to deceive you, at any rate. I think, by and large, in any given instance, you operate under the assumption that I'm not willfully trying to deceive you. But in this instance, maybe I am, because there's not really anything so amazing and flabbergasting for you to get to find here. I mean, sure, maybe there's plenty of amazing and flabbergasting things in life, but it's kind of suggesting that you're going to be flabbergasted as well, and that I'll reveal to you what I'm so amazed by or something. But in reality, there's nothing that amazing or flabbergasting here. No, I don't drink alcohol, actually. I've been drinking brisk because it's brisk, baby. It's got that refreshing, proper blend of iced tea'edness, lemoniness, and sugariness. All right, so I guess the thing is, I'm not lying. I didn't smoke any drugs yet, but I'm about to smoke some drugs. So I appreciate the reminder. It has been quite a while since I've smoked drugs. I like your use of smoking drugs. You don't normally hear it said so generally like that. Like you normally hear somebody say about smoking something specific, but just drugs in general. Well, if it's smokable, go ahead and put it in the pipe. I'll smoke it, no problem. But I don't drink alcohol. Dylan Weaver says, "Hey, how have you been? Long time since I've been on your channel. I've been fine. Everything's going fine. Just moving right along. I expected to be fast asleep by now, but I just had some wonderful sexual intercourse with my wife, and afterwards I realized I'm thirsty, so I got up to drink some brisk iced tea. I figured might as well just do a little bit of live streaming before sleeping times. Is this Biden's kid? I'm not Biden's kid. No, I'm unrelated to Biden. I'm also unrelated to The Walking Dead, Negan, or any other such references. I've got a question for you. Do the children in Africa even realize it's Christmas? What do you mean it's not Christmas? It's Christmas every day. What are you talking about? Every day is Christmas. In America, every day is Christmas. What the fuck do you mean by that? Says Nooster. What I mean is that in America, bro, every day is Christmas. You thought about it for a second? You realize what I'm saying is true. Biden's kid looks better than whatever fat troll is behind the Ace Ventura profile. I mean, I admire that about Biden's kid. Biden's kid is a lot cooler than Biden because Biden's kid does a lot of drugs. I've also never heard of Biden's kid be implicated in any kind of exploitative sex shit, so good for him. Drugs are a so-called crime of consent, you know. It's not a crime against any person, property, or even the state. It's just public policy gone wrong. He's also got a dick like a fucking mule. Who, me? Biden's kid looks better than him. Okay, well, let's not body shame people regardless, okay? There's no reason to be doing that. Yeah, a real funny question. Yeah, I'm full of funny questions. Funny answers, too. Alcohol is illegal, sir. Good point. Is it even Christmas, or is the government forcing it down our necks? Good question. I'm not just transgender, I'm fluidly transgender. So I go from ultra manly to just regular manly, right in that scale there. I'm glad you're loving it, chick boo. I'm so glad. I'm not Ari Shaper. Not sure who that is. Mushrooms were interesting tonight, you know. Early on, they were mostly, I just got kind of overwhelmed by the serotoniness of it because I guess I haven't been getting enough sleep, you know. So, but then Rachel, it was a joke, dumbass. It was a joke, an example of some idiot question an idiot would ask, you know, obviously. I wasn't really saying, like, did Chelsea of Africa really know it's Christmas? Obviously, I'm not that stupid. Jesus. No, I'm not lying. You'd be ill-advised to say that I'm a liar. Because I might do a lot of different things, but lying is one I very rarely do. I'm not good at it. It's easy to tell when I'm lying, you know. I'm fine. No, I'm not smoking crack. If you knew anything about smoking crack, you'd be able to tell I'm not smoking crack because this is not how you smoke crack. I bet you won't come to the hood and ask that question. Well, I guess you're gonna have to win that bet because I'm not going to the hood at all for any reason. So I'm not going to go to the hood and say, hey, what's up? I'm not going to go to the hood and say, happy Tuesday. I'm also not going to go to the hood and say, I wonder if the children in Africa know that it's Christmas. Because why? Well, apparently it was filled with people like you. I'd be under some sort of physical threat of violence. Obviously, you don't want to be around criminal elements like that. Only barbarians would respond to my question with violence. Are me and Charles Manson related? No, we're not related. I'm not smoking crack. People who say that obviously have never smoked crack before. I have actually smoked crack before. You do not smoke crack through a water pipe like this, for fuck's sake. You gotta have it. It melts, and you gotta have a bell that holds the stuff. It doesn't work like this at all. It works much more like smoking meth than it does like smoking weed. No, I haven't read anything about the development of the five-factor model. I don't care. Some guy had to go through an entire dictionary and find word related to personality traits. Well, Ace Ventura, fair enough. You smoke crack however you want to. The fact that you're wasting 95% of your crack smoking it through a regular water pipe like this is your problem, not mine. So you go ahead and be a crack waster all you want. You got a Nextel still? What's a Nextel? What's a Nextel? No, I'm not gonna apologize for shit, motherfucker. You apologize for sucking my dick. The phone I have is the phone I'm using. It's one of those Samsung Fold phones. I don't know what you're talking about. Nothing chirped at all. No, I don't want crack. I haven't done crack since I was like 19 or 18 years old or something. Well, you can smoke crack in a water bong like this. It's just you'd be wasting 95% of it, right? Because the thing about crack is you hit it, it starts smoking, and then it melts, right? And so that's why you got to have a little bell receptacle to catch it. But you could, in theory, put a rock of crack on top of a bong rip, smoke it like that. You're just not gonna, you're gonna lose a lot of it, you know? But, you know, if you're looking to me for smoking crack advice, you're coming to the wrong guy, okay? It's been decades since I smoked crack. I'm probably generalizing too much from what I know about smoking meth. I'd rather watch the tree, actually. I'd rather watch a tree grow. I always prefer the trees. I've always liked watching trees grow. I've always said, if I could choose between watching paint dry and trees grow, I'd choose trees growing. Yo, fuck you and the bitch motherfucker who made you, you white piece of shit. Sounds like you're a racist. Well, you be as racist as you want, but nevertheless, fuck off. I'm not nearly as invested in this exchange as you are. Anybody who knows anything about me, if you talk to anybody who knows me, who actually like has any experience with me at all, they will all tell you the same thing. Eric is the last thing in the world from racist. I am in fact myself fluidly transracial. I have been all races, and I continue to change races minute by minute. Okay, so you don't even know what you're talking about. I'm way more from the hood than you'll ever be. I'm from the Cade. That's right. Ripping 626 Arcadia. You know where the mall is? The Arboretum. I'm from the Cade. You're from Mississippi. Wow. I'm from the part of Los Angeles County that has the mall, Santa Anita Mall. It has a Santa Anita racetrack. You know, you might see where they hold the equestrian events in the Olympics when it's in Los Angeles. And also has the LA County Arboretum. That's where I'm from. It's a pretty nice neighborhood. Well, it nevertheless is a hood, right? It's a neighborhood. It qualifies as a hood. I'm not from no place. It's ridiculous to pretend like I just suddenly appeared out of nowhere. I also, too, have an origin story. And mine is I'm from the Cade. Nothing less authentic about my origin story just because it was more privileged. Yeah, it's like, that's something that people keep talking about, keeping it real and whatever. need to remember there is nothing more authentic about their experience than mine. You know? It's like I'm not the one here who's trying to create caricatures of people. I mean, maybe I was caricaturing some hilarious, dumb, I don't know what kind of dummy you'd have to be to actually ask the question. Like, I wonder if little children in Africa even know that it's Christmas. I think they had some question like that in an 80s song, right? Something like that. Do they even know it's Christmas in Africa or something? It's, if I recall correctly. It's quite hilarious, to think about somebody asking that question because obviously either they have calendars or they don't, I guess. It's really a question of do people in Africa have calendars? Because you can't expect people without calendars to know whether or not it's Christmas. If you expected me to know whether it's Christmas Day just by keeping track of the days, there's no way I'd be able to tell you what day Christmas was. I definitely need a calendar. So if you're talking about parts of Africa that haven't yet invented calendar technology, then it's a reasonable question to ask. But the answer is probably going to be no. Obviously they don't know it's Christmas because they don't have any calendars. But regardless, I'm not even sure which parts of Africa. I'm sure many, many parts of Africa, but I couldn't articulate which ones specifically haven't yet invented calendar technology. But, probably parts of Zimbabwe, parts of the Congo, I'm assuming. Maybe Egypt. Anywhere in Africa might have this problem. After all, it would seem, or at least from all the Christian reach out, give us money things I've seen, that Africa has not yet invented fly swatter technology. But, maybe in some parts of Africa they have invented it. Like maybe in the Ivory Coast they have fly swatters, but not in Ethiopia. It's hard to say. So yeah, I mean, do I really think that there are parts of Africa that have not yet invented calendars and fly swatters? No, that's where the funny lies, you see. Obviously, nobody's going to believe that there are parts of Africa that they haven't invented. The funny thing is, you see, what makes it funny is that the person is presuming a causal relationship between things that doesn't exist, right? Like in the fly swatter example, the person is presuming that fly swatters are uniquely able to and have complete solvency over fly problems, right? Like, so that I guess what they're really presuming is that fly swatters have complete solvency over the problem. So that anytime you have a fly infestation, the problem is people have not yet thought of using a fly swatter. So that's where the funny lies, you see. Explaining comedy to the racist. What's what we'll title this episode of Talking with Famous People. Explaining comedy to that racist guy. And, similarly with the calendar thing, obviously, whether or not you know it's Christmas has nothing to do with whether you have a calendar. It's not meant like that. Like, is the day Christmas or tomorrow? I don't know. It's meant like, do you even know how important a day this is? Or are you stuck in heathen land or something? That's how the question's meant. So that's where the hilarity comes in, you see. Because the calendar is not genuinely the reason why somebody might not know it's Christmas. Do you see now? Are you learning things? I can't read the text, whatever you're saying right now, so I just continue explaining things because I don't have my glasses. Do I? No, I don't have them. So, anyway, what other hilarious things do I have to explain to you about the way comedy works? Like, for example, there's this joke. I didn't come up with this joke. Some comedian come up with it. And it says, he, he was, he's like, he's this white guy, right? He's like, I was driving and I rear-ended this Asian couple. I was like, oh, geez. And the cop comes up to one and is like, geez, what happened here? Did they back into you? That's not a racist joke. It's a joke about racism. It's a joke about racial stereotypes and stuff. It's different than being actively a racist joke. Um, and depending on the lines can be blurred sometimes, I guess, depending on the nature of the joke. But at the end of the day, what matters is if it's actually funny or not. And if it is, then it's not going to. If it's genuinely funny, then it also doesn't cross any lines because nothing that's hateful is ever going to be funny. I get that as circular reasoning, but so it goes with aesthetics. And that's one to grow on for whatever his name is. Again, I can't see anything right now on the screen, both because I'm still on mushrooms a little bit, which makes things wiggly, and also because I haven't gotten tons of sleep. Like if I were fully rested on a clean head and everything, I can usually read it fine. If I'm a little bit tired, then I gotta squint. Right now it just looks like a mess. It's just like mush. Oh, anyway. Teaching meow about meow. I know. You didn't come here to get learned. Well, nevertheless, I don't do it to hurt your ego, rather to inform you about the truth. I guess I could make more of an effort to do it in less of an ego-bruising fashion. Probably should, but on mushrooms, you can't rely on me to be particularly empathetic. I tend to be more FI polar than normal. No, I'm not smoking any crack, for God's sakes. I haven't smoked crack in decades. I smoked crack one time, one night, when I was like 18 or 19 years old. I don't do downers. I don't do perks. Okay? No, I don't like downers. Downers are for downers, to be honest. It's like people who are into downers, they tend to be downers themselves if they're on downers anyway. It's like, who wants to hang out with somebody who's perked out or, has got 4 pounds of Dilaudid in them? Nobody wants to hang out with that person. That person is boring. Why Why? Because they're all doped up on dope. So they just want to nod off. But me, I don't like to nod off. I like to nod on. Like that. You're a good kitty. And you want me to watch you eat so much. I'll have to put all this stuff back. So I don't know if I ever even talked about this on stream before, but Rachel and I had a leaking sink here. But it was only leaking when we turned the sink on. So it wasn't like a leak underneath the faucet, underneath here, you know. It wasn't leaking steadily, just when the water was turned on here. Well, it turned out that we needed a new sink. So I had to take all the, I didn't know what we were going to need. Regardless, I had to take all these things out. So I took them all out, but I haven't put them back yet. And it turned out what we needed was a new sink. And this is our new sink. It's much better than the old sink. Because this, it has this gray thing, but it's attached to this part. You see? And look, it goes like, I'm not doing it right. Hold on. It's defeating me because I'm trying to do it one-handed. See, it makes this spray here, or this spray. And this pulls out, and this goes back and forth like this. That's so much better than the old sink was. So, yeah, it was a $700 plumber visit that I wasn't really budgeting for, you know. But this sink is so much better than the previous sink. I just don't even know what to say about it. It's like I didn't know our previous sink sucked so much ass until we got this sink. It's like, okay, how did we live with that horrible sink before? I didn't even know you could have a sink where the thing moves back and forth. It's just so much more intelligently designed than the other way. It's just so much better. It's so much better. Just by himself and the wife screaming at him. My wife's in the other room. She doesn't scream at me because we love each other. I don't scream at her either. We're happy to be together and spend our time together and stuff, you know. Like a healthy relationship. Why is he talking? Well, because that's what I do on a live stream. If I wanted to do something like, I don't know, go jogging, I wouldn't live stream it. I'd also be very proud of myself because I could use some exercise. But jogging never sounds that fun. No, she doesn't smoke crack, and neither do I smoke crack, Snail Blob, or Bill. Oh yeah, we're happy. She's happy, I'm happy. I think I'm speaking for her now, but she can speak for herself. She is here in the chat. Rachel Strauss is her name. I'm Eric Strauss. And we're not related as brother or sister or father and daughter. No, we are married. That's why we have the same last name. Because, you know, just because you know somebody has the same last name My bad bro is living. I'm living. That's true. If I were dead, then I wouldn't be able to live stream. I am happy. I'm a lucky man who's got everything to be grateful for and nothing to be unhappy about. Yeah, we have a very low stress life, us Cheeks. So, I get stressed out about, like right now, whether I really remembered to take all the trash cans out to the street. Because last week, I forgot to take the trash cans out of the street. And then this week, we ran out of trash can space. And we've got full trash cans inside the house. I really need to put someplace. So I brought the bonus trash can. I can't take this trash can up to the street because it's not qualified. It's not a qualified trash can. To go onto the street, it has to be 32 gallons or less. This 44-gallon trash can does not qualify. So this is the surplus trash can for if and when I not the first time this has happened. And when I forget to take the trash out, it's not even like I forget. It's like I remember, put it off, and then I'll be like, oh, okay, well, it's cold outside. I'll do it early in the morning, I'll do it early in the morning. And then I might even get up early in the morning, but I'll forgotten all about the trash, And then it's like I have some breakfast to go back to sleep. The trash doesn't even come until like 11 or noon or something. And then I'll go sleep and it'll be like 3 in the afternoon. And I'll go, oh shit, the trash. These are the kind of things that stress me out of life. So, I got nothing to complain about really, except my own stupidity and inability to do things when I should do them. It's not that difficult. It's not even difficult. It's just like, there's this window of time. If I could just put them up onto the street as they filled up, that would be easier. But I can't really do that because there's bears and stuff around here. Also, it just looks bad. And so I try to put them up there, Sunday. Hopefully, if I'm smart, early. If I'm dumb, Sunday night. Then it's dark, and it's like, oh, I don't want to take them over in the dark because I can't see anything. If there's not a moon, it's completely fucking pitch dark around here, okay? There are no street lights except for these dumbasses down the street who installed their own street lights for some reason to ruin the overall darkness of things. But anyway, I can't see in front of my house at all. So I either got to take a flashlight with me or it has to be a moon night. If it's a moon night, then I don't have to have a flashlight. That makes it easier. These are the things that are concerning to me. I even have this thing in the garage, which makes it so I can take all 4 trash cans up in just 2 trips instead of 1 trip, instead of 4 trips. So you got to figure, realistically, I can only drag 1 trash can up there at a time. Yeah, I can sometimes drag 2 trash cans up there at a time, but it's so much of a pain in the ass because it's such a steep hill that it's just not even worth it. And the risk of something falling over and et cetera is just not, it's too difficult. It's too much pain in the ass. But this thing here, it holds 2 trash cans. So I can push 2 trash cans up to the street at one time on this. But I'm so lazy. I'm so lazy that I don't feel like opening the garage and getting this thing. So I end up just taking them up one at a time. How much lazier could you possibly be? I'm so lazy that I end up taking them up one at a time, even though that's less lazy somehow. I don't know. I don't know how to explain it. There's something wrong with me. I got some kind of executive function disorder. Boy, there's a lot of spider webs right there. I've never really looked at that before. Look at all the spider webs. Like, what you doing all around there, spider webs? Trying to take over the world or something? Those spider webs are trying to take over the world. We're going to need a team of superheroes to stop them. I'll volunteer to be the manager of the team of superheroes. I don't want to be on the team because that seems like it's going to involve doing too much stuff, but I'll be the manager. I'll give you all names, and Rachel and I will come up with general supersuit ideas, like what kind of colors you should be wearing and stuff like that. And yeah, we'll name you and make you into marketable products. But so like, let's say your superpower is that you can inject enemies with a powerful venom of some kind. Maybe we would name you, if you were a lady, maybe we'd name you Cobress, or we could name you, Ratlin Sue, and make you kind of a Western themed lady. Ratlin Sue. Annie Ratlin Sue or something, Then dress you up as a Western lady. Old West lady. Sexy, but with one of those rattles on the back. Have a rattle that would be like for babies and kind of play that rave baby sexy thing going on, like babies are sexy. There's nothing less sexy than a baby. There's absolutely nothing remotely sexy about a baby. But for some reason, people seem to have conflated these two things. Like, you call your intimate lover, you might call them baby. You're like, oh, baby, right? Even though there's nothing sexy at all about babies. Isn't that interesting? They just at first I have had a baby, so I can tell you. First, there's just this very weird, like, pinkish, wrinkly thing. And then, basically a baby comes out looking like a scrotum. Just kind of grayish pink and wrinkly. Then, after that, till they grow up a little bit, they're just a bunch of needs, really. A bunch of crying and pooping and peeing. I don't want any of those three things involved with my sex. Crying, pooping, or peeing. But anyway, I guess the point probably is that babies are precious, and therefore you are precious to me. I love you, baby. He's looking at you, kid. And that's what they mean by that, right? It's like, As children are precious to their parents, so too are you precious to me. If we're just measuring equivalence in preciousness, okay, the analogy needs to stop right there at the limits of preciousness, at the boundaries of preciousness, okay? Otherwise, things get incestuous. Anyway, I think it was Justin Bieber who sang that horrible song. Baby, 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 ooh. Was that Justin Bieber? That's a terrible song. I'm sorry. I just don't think Justin Bieber is a very talented artist at all. May have been, may still be a good singer. Somebody that an actual artist could utilize in making some kind of good music, but he's not a good artist. Sorry, Justin Bieber. I don't have anything against you. I feel bad for you for all that dirty stuff, you know. Oh my God, I saw the biggest. I just saw a littler one right there, but I saw the biggest worm out here. Is it still here? No, it's gone now. There's a huge one of those worms that's out here earlier. Well, it's gone away now. Well, I guess the only reason we went in the garage was for me to show you the thing that I pushed the trash cans on. Yeah. So now you know about the trash cans and that thing, and how important it is, the important considerations I have to consider every day going about my daily life. Yeah, I'm not gonna try to judge his quality as a singer or whatever. Are you still here calling me a racist, Nooster? I'm the least racist person in the history of the world. You, on the other hand, are definitely racist. You're looking to make everything about race. I bet you won't tell me what city you're in. Well, I will tell you, but because it's commonly public knowledge, I'd say it all the time. I'm from Mariposa County, California. It's a county that doesn't have any municipalities in it, so that means there's no city that I'm in, per se. It's all county. But the thing is, if I weren't, the reason I wouldn't tell you that is because it seems to me that you're making some sort of threat, right? I'm not a racist. Regardless, it seems to me you're making some kind of threat. So why would I want to tell you? Yeah, I don't have any. There's no municipalities in Mariposa County. It's all county. So, um, you know, the thing is, I'm not a racist, but more importantly, why are you making threats? You know, or implying them anyway. What in the world could you? What in the world could justify the amount of animosity you have towards me? So the thing about Bieber is, I'm not trying to justify. I mean, I'm not trying to critique or not critique anything about his quality as a singer, or you know, a collaborator in some regard or whatever. But he's just not a good artist. And I wish I could be more positive about him because. Yes, I did say that. It was a joke. I explained where the funny lies, right? But if you don't want to, if you don't want to listen to what I'm saying, I explained to you that yes, I made that joke, right? I in the voice of somebody who wasn't very intelligent, asked the question, do you think that little kids in Africa know this Christmas or whatever? But obviously, it's not because I'm genuinely asking the question. It's because I think the question itself is hilarious, right? Like that at some point somebody did actually ask that question. I think it was popular in a song in the 80s. And that one can imagine a particularly uninformed kind of person asking the question innocently enough, you know. I personally didn't ask the question because I'm genuinely wondering about whether little kids in Africa know that it's Christmas. I mean, you've got to be kidding me. Are you sure you're thinking about this reasonably at all? My joke, the one that I made myself, which had no relation to this song that asked something like that question, was the hilarious notion that the reason they didn't know it was Christmas in Africa is because they didn't have calendar technology yet. So if you were going to accuse me of some kind of racist joke, you accuse me of being racist in that joke, right? But again, that would just be failing to understand what's going on comedically. I tried to explain the workings of comedy to you outside when I was out there. I don't think you were listening. That's okay. You don't need to listen. But I would say don't need to threaten me, right? Or imply any threats. Additionally, I live in a very conservative county and I'm armed. I live in a very remote location and I'm armed. Of course, I'm in public right now. I'm not like you hiding behind an pseudonym and lines of text. My name's Eric Strauss, and you can see me and hear me talking. So this is as public as it gets. I don't have any problem with what I'm saying because I can justify and am correct in justifying its value and what's actually going on, the kind of thing that it is versus the simplistic thing you make it out to be, right? Oh, I made some hilarious jokes, no pride in genocide, and Nooster got his panties in a bunch about it. But you know what I have to say, Nooster, about that? A lot of people get offended by my identity as a fake deaf person. But I tell them I can give you everything a real deaf person can, plus I can hear you. So, would you like to be offended about that? Am I representing the LGBTQ plus community? Sure, I'm happy to endorse them. Okay, well now, Mister, you're just being willfully dense, right? I've explained it plenty. Okay, well, so you might think it's offensive, right? But it's not exactly a joke. It's not a joke about deaf people. It's a joke about a character who has an identity as a fake deaf person and who is so deluded or unaware that he thinks that he can both give you everything a real deaf person can, but also he has the benefit of being able to hear you. See, it's funny. You get it? It's funny. Well, you can be offended if you want. People can be offended, but if they are offended, they're not understanding the hilariousness. Danny Lesnar says I'm a loser. You already said that, Trouble Boy. I said, no problem. I'm happy to represent. I mean, I don't know if I represent exactly, but I'm happy to have you have my support for whatever various homo things you want to do, or whatever you want to call them. you know, you want to call it LGBTQ plus, whatever you want to call it. Yeah, you have my thumbs up. I tell you, who's given the homos a bad name is this Diddy fellow. Am I actually a loser? I don't know. How do you define loser? I mean, you mean have I lost? Am I losing in something specific at the moment? Like, for example, am I losing a tennis match? Not currently. What is going on with you? Not much. But if I were to have a tennis match, I would undoubtedly lose the tennis match. Diddy is the poster boy for what? Evil, fucking, horrible monsters? Ricky Stroop says, quote back. Rachel says, got two turntables and a microphone. I could quote back as well. For example, I want to define the logic of our sex laws. If handcuffs slip on your wrist, let me be your chaperone. At the halfway home, a full-grown man, but I'm not afraid to cry. It's a good song. That's a super good song. Beck's got a shit ton of good songs. Like, Better Go It Alone. With all due respect, you look like an aging assassin. I'm an aging something. We're all aging, though. Even you. Cockwombler 44. You're welcome, Ricky Stroud. I better go it alone. That's a really good song, and so is that Wero song. He's got a lot of good songs. Beck's a real genius, and some of his like acoustic stuff is quite genius too. Like, what's the song? Lazy flies on covering the ball. Meow, 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 meow. Lazy flies. It's a really good song. I don't think it's too difficult, is it? This is actually kind of tricky, but let's see if I can play this. I remember now how the guitar part goes too. It goes bam, 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 bam. Let's see if I can get it. Lazy flies all hovering above. Magistrate, he puts on his gloves and he looks at the clouds, pink and disheveled. The blueprints on green of the devil inscribed in our minds. A hideous game vanishes in thin air, the vanity of slaves. Who wants to be there? Sweep the debris. Harness the horses, riding in there. Knife of confessions written in the dust. Out in the mangroves, spinning in the crowd. And in the shine, by the chewing belly. It's a very good song, but it's hard to play and read the lyrics and follow along with the chords all at the same time because I'm not familiar enough with the song to do that. I've not tried to play it in a long time. Many years ago, I'm sure I tried to play it, but it's a good, maybe more recently than that, who knows? It's a good little thing, you know? Whatever you call that. It's a good thing. Another more really good songs on mutations. What else is on mutations? Let's see. What's that one about rise in the cool of the evening? Destination. That song called Strange Destination or something? What is that song? Anybody know what the song is? That's a great song too. Okay, will you stop being such a racist idiot, please? I'm putting on timeout for just general idiocy. You keep trying to be provocative, but it's just not working. So give it up. What is that song I'm thinking of called? It's a strange man. Let me look at the mutations track list. What fucking song is that? Bottle of Blues, maybe? No. That's a different one. Well, I don't know. I wish I did. Maybe somebody's told me in the chat. Anybody know what song that is? It's a na. Meow, 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 in the back of my mind. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. I wish I knew what it was. I guess you just got to live without knowing what it is. Oh well. It's like strange fascination or strange destination. It might not even be on mutations. I don't know. No, it's not the Negro song, obviously. I don't know any such song that you're talking about. It's just knock off your nonsense. Soy un. You are what? Ricky Stroop. You're a perdedor. What does that mean in Spanish? That El Perdedor is a song by Enrique Iglesias. Loser. Well, I'm sorry that you feel as though you're a loser, Ricky Stroop. Whether it's in Spanish, English, or any other language, I'm sorry that you feel that way about yourself. I don't believe you're a loser. I believe you're a winner with a bright future ahead of you. A future that may or may not involve you telling me what the title of that Beck song is. You know, the one that goes, meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. It's a strange meow, 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 meow. Can anybody tell me what that song is? If only someone would tell me. But no one will. I guess I could try to like look it up or something, but if I were gonna do that, I'd use my phone, but I'm using my phone to live stream. So I don't know. It seems like I should be able to find out what song that is more easily than this, but I can't. I've tried. It seems difficult. I know it's a Beck song. I know what the melody is. I know what one of the words is, I believe. Strange. It should be easy enough to figure out what song this is. That's a lot of things that I know. Our life is what our thoughts make it. Well, to some extent, you're right. You know, it is the case that my life lately has been filled with a lot of like not great mental health stuff, like a lot of anxiety, issues of, I guess, self-concept, self-love versus, or at least for me, it manifests specifically as verbal habit of saying like I hate myself. And I tend to say this regardless of whether I'm even thinking about something that I should hate myself about. Just anything that has negative emotions associated with it. I tend to say I hate myself. It's a bad habit, right? And so it is the case, as Marcus Aurelius points out, that, you know, your life is very much what you think it is. And if, provided, you're in a place where there's not a lot of actual stressors. Like, for me, a big question that I've been wrestling with is, you know, why am I not taking better advantage of my opportunities to play? Why am I not playing in the fashion that I used to play? Or, you know, like, where's the carefree? It's like, depending on how you frame things and what elements you want to bring into focus. Obviously, if you were going to highlight all of the specifics, you'd have to say, I should be at my absolute happiest right now because I've got everything I need, anything I want, more or less. I've got this dream relationship with this wonderful, perfect, hot, younger wife, and no one to bother me as I'm out here in the woods, and no responsibilities really, just do what I want. So I should be at my maximum happiness point, right? But because of the very traumatic way that this change came into being for me, it obviously impacts how I relate to the new reality somewhat. But as being back to what Marcus Aurelius is saying, but I think it's like somewhat doing a disservice to the actuality of the past to say, well, with different words, it wouldn't impact me. It's not an impact it's articulated in just in words, right? Sure, there are plenty of words that follow from the traumatic event that follow specifically because of what made it traumatic rather than just, a normal death. But the thing is, it takes a certain amount of time, even if you're just trying to process something in terms of its narratives, its words. It takes a certain amount of time to construct all the narratives to explain the events that happened in ways that serve your interests, even if you're purely trying to do that. Doesn't happen instantaneously because the event links to all kinds of specific memories, that are outside of the event, but that link to it meaning wise. I can't just rewrite history, nor can I stop my intuition from knowing what those memories mean in light of the information you would get later on, right? So that whole, even if you're just going to reduce it to a language-based thing, that's going to take quite a bit of time to narratively deal with, because if you're going to be like, there's only a certain amount of, depending on who you are, you have more or less ability to tell yourself what reality is. I have very limited ability to do that, which is to say, if I'm going to use words to manufacture reality, then it's going to have to be, it's a very labor intensive process. It's like, because I got to make something that is something that will withstand disinterested calculus, because it's the only kind of calculus I have. Even if I don't want to understand the arguments against Mia or the evidence against Mia, I will see it and understand it anyway. So if I'm going to do a narrative defense against the reality, I'm unfortunately going to have to do a narrative defense against actual realities. I have to win the arguments despite the evidence or whatever. It's a much more laborious undertaking than just being able to willfully ignore realities that are relevant to the thing in question. I'm not really able to do that. Might be good if I could, but I'm not really able to. I don't think it's fair for somebody else to tell me Yes, you are able to. I don't think I am. So, if we're going to rely on the backs of words to make the world, which I'm all in favor of in theory, it's just I understand the scope and scale of the project before us. It's no small endeavor. And it's going to take both time and lots of attention if you're going to want to talk your way out of some reality that's not true. If you have a disinterested calculus like me. But it is the case that, the stories we tell about our life have a lot more to do with how we experience our life than the functional or practical realities of our life. A lot of times. My practical reality is one of lots of potential, but I see it nearly in its least potential form, which is comfort. And it's the sort of behavior that one expects to see of somebody licking wounds. Especially if that someone is me, because historically I've been pretty excited about exploiting potentials. So it would be nice if I had a different body of work to deal with narratively. It's like I can't rewrite the past, and I can't change the fact that I'm SI conscious, which means, I have a very active relationship with my memories. Probably the trauma negatively impacted my relationship with my memories even further than it already wasn't very. I didn't have a very positive relationship with my memories to begin with, but since that event, like every time I'm associatively triggered into, it's like see a trash can, have a memory about something involving a trash can. I don't have any specific memories, but there's a trash can right there, so use that as an example. But it's like since that, my associatively triggered memories have almost all been searingly bad. It's like it broadened the range of association to most anything and narrowed the range of association to only those memories that are searingly bad. So it would be nice if we could just change what we think, change what we say in our heads and stuff, but you can't really change knowledge, right? Knowledge is instantaneous. It's not subject to your control. You know what you know intuitively, and you know what you know with your memories as well. Whether it's correct or not is kind of irrelevant, but it's entirely irrelevant. The point is, it's instantaneous and uncontrollable. It's knowledge. And if it's the SI kind of knowledge, it's really not subject to language telling it otherwise. If it's the MI kind of knowledge, then yeah, it understands that it's knowing about things outside of itself first and foremost, and accordingly, it's subject to communicative influence. But SI knows subjective knowledge. It's not, you can't convince me my memory was wrong. You might be able to convince me my memory isn't reliable, but it won't change. Like, in instances where the thing I'm remembering is some childhood memory of me bullying somebody, it's like, you're not going to be able to convince me that somehow your understanding of what happened is better than mine, because obviously I have sole access to all the subjective data, right? So I guess it's important to remember that even though to some extent it's true that our our mental state defines our life more than our physical realities, it's also true that um, that doesn't mean that therefore we should or can just change how we're thinking or something like that, right? It implies kind of a prescription that's not true. Because to say that it's, most of our life experiences has more to do with our mental state than our physical surroundings or something. I mean, it's definitely true, because provided your physical surroundings and so forth are not a problem, then your state of being, your state of happiness or whatever you want to call it, is going to go up and down as the physical background thing stays the same, right? So it is the case that it's all about what's in your head, but that is not the case that therefore that's somehow easier to change than physical realities. Physical realities are actually a lot easier to change than mental realities. Well, again, Marcus Aurelius, it's like when you have memories that are triggered associatively by things in the real world, like I said, like say I have a bad memory of something that happened involving a trash can. I see a trash can, it triggers that memory. There's no preventing that memory, right? And so you might say it has no control over me. Nevertheless, what's really the case is I have no control over whether I remember it. So it's not a matter of whether it's in control of me. I'm not saying it's in control of me. The memory doesn't, like, it's not telling me to do things, right? Um, it's, I'm not, I don't think anybody believes their past controls them, but it is the case that for people who have introverted sensing conscious stack, that they have a conscious and involuntary relationship with their memories that are triggered. I don't think I went on any tangent at all, actually. I think I did a great job of going from point A to point wherever I was going. I'd have to rewind and see, but I'm pretty sure I did a pretty great job there of explaining all the various factors, right? Like, yes, to some extent, you need to, whatever. I don't know if I can, no point in banging my head against the wall. So, yeah. The past doesn't control me, but I have no control over the past. and that's the truth. The past doesn't change, and I have no control over that. I have no control over the fact that my past is littered with, good deeds of upstandingness and also moments of bad character and failure as a human being, right? But I also have no control over the fact that I am much more likely to remember the bad things than the good things. As though I can never experience enough shame, remorse, guilt, or whatever to actually serve my debt to society or whatever. Because I just feel shitty about it over and over and over and over and over and over again every time I remember it. Whatever it is. And I'll remember it many, 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 many times. Of course, my point is, what are the bad memories? They're not memories of somebody else fucking me over. They're memories of me being the bad person. Those are the bad memories. You always been dealing with this? Well, I mean, the thing is, I didn't really notice it as a big deal or anything until after a very traumatic event, which was my dad self-deleting with this, or this maybe, I'm not sure which, maybe this one. While we were there at home. And he bled out in my arms, It's kind of traumatic. And then we didn't know he had shot himself. We weren't sure what was going on. Then the cops came and they were like, "Get him out of here." That's the first time I heard anything about a gun or anything. The cop was like, someone said something about a gunshot or gun or something. So then we were briefly murder suspects, but we didn't kill him. I'd probably feel less guilty if I had. Anyway, prior to that, I had a much more reasonable relationship with my memories. After that, I guess when I say I started having some intrusive. What is this? Is this like half burned or something? What is this? Okay, I don't know what that is, but I guess I need to get in a jar of weed. Okay, well, I guess get another jar of weed. I remember times in my life where I could have stopped or done more for Christians who were being persecuted, but my mind doesn't go to that memory when seeing someone who follows Christ. Well, that's good for you and your mind, It's like, the thing is, there are certain kinds of cognition that people just don't have any control over, whether it's their introverted intuition, knowing what something means, all of a sudden knowing what something means, regardless of whether they want to or not. Or whether it's their introverted sensing, like having the memory pop up like I said, it's involuntary. So if you don't have that introverted sensing link to trigger memories all the time, then it means your way of knowing is focused, your way of being is focused on the external. Like, your perceiving functions are about doing stuff in the external world and the identity of things outside of yourself. So it's natural that you're not going to be burdened nearly as much as somebody like me by things triggering bad memories. Instead, you're going to just be aware of what things are in the moment, and it's going to be easy for you to stay in the moment. It's almost impossible for me. And so that's the thing. It's like, I'm not saying that whatever your advocacies are inherently bad. I'm just saying that they're not universal. And for some people, they may be exactly the wrong kind of advocacy. Because, sure, it's easy to say, like, be more in the moment. But for me, it's really easy to be in the moment right now because, why? I'm talking to you and I'm seeing if this bleaching my underwear thing worked or not. And interestingly, didn't seem to have worked that well. I'm gonna try it again. I'm gonna put another round of bleaching on this. It's easy for me in the moment right now because I'm both talking to you and seeing how my bleached underwear experiment looks. I'm gonna re-bleach it. So I don't have time or energy or wherewithal or whatever to get lost in my head thinking about memories very much. Although there are some times if I'm not in a particularly great mental space that I'll be on stream even and still find myself thinking about some memory coming up and being a bad memory. Me wanting to be like, ow, ow, you know. But generally, if I'm active and busy, obviously, I've got much less of a chance of incurring those kind of negative mental spaces. Whereas I'm just kind of by myself consuming media or something, like watching TV. I ain't caught up in my head, you know. Or if I'm sometimes like if Rachel's still asleep and this time it's gonna go pure bleach. Last time I did like bleach plus water. This time it's gonna go pure bleach. And I'm like, well, what should I do? Should I go to the store? Should I go to this? Those times I get it stuck in my head more, you know. Obviously, a lot more likely to be accused of being not in the moment. But right now, I'd say I'm living in the moment as I can. It's just that for me, living in the moment involves talking more than it involves, I don't know, like skydiving or something. Skydiving. So what are we doing? What am I doing? I'm just chatting, Ian crawling. I'm chatting, I'm platting, I'm making some squatting. I'm chatting with you, I'm talking about things, I'm discussing matters. I'm musing about various topics, you know. I'm watching the cat eat. This cat really, he really feels strongly that if he's eating, I should be watching him. He's not just eating for his own purposes. He's putting on a show here. He needs an audience. Well, fine. Then I'm going to deal with this since I have to be here. Might as well deal with this. Oh, wonderful new sink. You're so much better than the old sink. So, for those of you who didn't hear, we got a new sink recently. So our old sink was leaking. We had to call the plumber. I didn't know what was wrong with it. I figured they'd just like plug a leak or something. But they told us, they showed us too, so they weren't just bullshitting, that we needed a whole new sink. So Not the sink part. Yeah, not the basin. Obviously, we didn't need new basin. We get to use the faucet part. Yeah. So the reason it was only leaking when we had the sink turned on is because it was the spray nozzle part. You know how you pull it away and you squirt it with it, that part? It was leaking. So we had to get a whole new faucet. See? And it's so much better than the old one. Oh my God. Look, it does this. How convenient. And also, it does this. You just pull that out of there. And also, this thing turns, if I had two hands to work on it, it turns so that it can be like shower kind of output or just regular. It's a lot better than the old sink. So even though I didn't want to spend $700 on this plumbing issue, you know what? Money well spent. This sink is so much better than the other sink. That's why all this stuff's here, because I still haven't put it back. After they put in the new sink, I still need to put it back. I should just do that right now. Just the cat eating inspired me to deal with the coffee, so I might as well deal with putting that stuff back too. Okay, old coffee, out you go. You know what, with this new sink, I think I could reasonably build this up right here even. Historically, I've taken this into the laundry room to deal with, because obviously it's too tall for the sink, right? But look, with this sink, I can just go like this. That was fairly close. Must be stuck on something down here. That's what I'm guessing. Let's look. What is this thing? Yeah, there we go. Okay. So now I can just go like this. And rinse out the old coffee a little bit. And use this spray thing too. Okay, now I've rinsed out the old coffee. Are you seeing what I'm seeing? No, you're looking at the wrong location. You guys are looking in the wrong spot. What are you doing? So now, empty this out. Because I want to clean out more grossness. Get a little bit more of a spurts around here. Okay. And then we'll pour this out. Like now. And now we just need to fill it up with the cold water. There. It's a little easier than going to the laundry room. While I have these things open, I should probably just put the stuff back now. While that's filling up. I just put at least a few things back. Like, why do we have two totally full things of that stuff? I don't remember you ever buying one of those. This stuff's useful, but it's not useful under the sink. We need it in the bathrooms where we get this hard water ring around the toilets. It really bothers Rachel a lot. She's always trying to scrub at it and get rid of it, but it's defying her efforts. That CLR whatever shit, that's good for that stuff. These bug sprays, they came with the house. Maybe that's where those other things came from too. Because we didn't buy these poisons. I'm not a big believer in squirting things with poison. So like if I have a wasp nest or something, I'd rather just get it with fire. Get it with fire or just knock it down and make them go away, but poison is not my style. Poison is just biological warfare. Or, chemical maybe. That's not how Eric rolls. Although, I'm not above it. Like, when we had a termite problem, and I was like, poison those fucking things, And they did, and we don't not have any more termite problems. So, that was good for the poison people to have poison then. But by and large, I try to go with other routes besides poison. Like, when we got these little bugs on the weed plants, we just put diatomaceous earth on them, on the plants, and it made the little bugs go away. Or at least they went away coincidental in time to applying some of that on some of the plants. So perhaps it's premature to credit what's going on here. Oh, I see. One of those problems, huh? Fine. Well, I can figure out a solution to that so it doesn't do that. Involving some kind of like zip ties or something where it can't go that way. I can imagine such a solution. Will it work? Will I be able to execute it? That's another question. Those are both totally different questions. Very relevant, I'll agree, to the overall matter at hand. But nevertheless, different questions. Okay, now let's move on to the question of making coffee. So we've poured out the old coffee, cleaned out the meow, we put in the new water. Just gotta make this go in the hole. There you go. And we've got our bucket of coffee and our scooper, aka ladle, aka the silver ladle. A lot of times people come up to me and say, Eric, will you ladle me? I say, I'm sorry, I can't ladle you right now. I'm married. I only ladle my wife. Oh, come on, a little ladle won't hurt you. Shut up, lady. No, I'm not going to ladle you. I'll see you, ladler. That's a good joke. I'll see you, ladler. Hilarious. I'm hilarious. There. I didn't know I was planning to make coffee, but thanks to Trouble being such a pain in the ass, I mean, you're watching eat. I not only make coffee, but I also put away all those things. Now I need to clean up the gross floor. But I don't want to do that right now. I've already accomplished too much for one day. Can't be greedy, you know. It'd be nice to have fresh hot coffee though, huh? You do it all at your house. Plumbing, electrical, framing, drywalling, landscaping. Wow. You know what, Bob? I'm a little bit jealous of you. Okay, a lot of bit jealous of you. Oh, sure, I could apply myself and do things myself more, but there's no way I was going to put in that sink by myself. Like, I wasn't even able to diagnose the problem. It was like, the lady's like, well, like, tell me more. I was like, it leaks when the sink's turned on. She's like, okay, well, and it doesn't leak when it's not turned on? No. So is the sink leaking? And I'm like, I don't know about plumbing. Just come send plumbers to my house and fix it, you know? I didn't even, like, I don't know what's wrong with this thing. It's just, there's a leak when I turn the sink on. And not when I don't have it turned on. So it's like she wanted to know, like, well, can you see where it's leaking from the sink? I didn't even. I was like, I don't know what you even. Just I don't know about plumbing. That's why I'm calling you. I've told you what I know. The sink is leaking underneath when it's turned on, and not when it's not turned on. She's like, all right, I'll send the people out there. She must have figured that I'm gonna need a new sink because they came with a new sink. Well, they weren't just bullshitting me. They showed me exactly where it was leaking. It's where Rachel said there was a problem already, but I was just being like, oh, I'm sure it's shampoo that washes right out. Trouble, will you just not hunt, please? We don't want any more poor, defenseless, injured animals inside. I already had to rescue one earlier. Terrible. Cats are terrible creatures. Why are they so mean? I want to kill everything. But they don't even want to just kill it right away. They want to, like, throw it around, carry it around, and hey, look, Trouble. Look what I got. I got this poor defenseless mouse. Let's torture it together. God. Maybe don't be such awful creatures. How about that, cats? How about that? It's not like you're getting that mouse because you're going to eat it. Although Trouble eats them. Trouble eats the fucking things. Like, it'll just munch it all, bones and everything, just happily eat the whole fucking thing. But, Capillo doesn't do that. Trouble's crazy like that. He eats all kinds of shit. Oh, please tell me you didn't catch something. Trouble? God damn it. You're not going inside the house. No. Trouble? What do you have? You have something? No? Okay. Well, I guess he doesn't have something. I could have sworn I saw him go in there with something in his mouth. Then he was crouched underneath a little car. He didn't seem to have anything in his mouth. I wonder if he was like hiding it underneath himself. Cats. Like Marcus Aurelius, what am I supposed to do about cats, you know? It's like, doesn't matter what my attitude is or whatever, they keep killing things needlessly. What would the Stoic have to say about cats? Don't have them? Probably good advice, but once you have them, then you already have them. Obviously, you love them, but they're also murderers. And they're not even remorseful about it. It's like I feel bad about introducing cats to any natural environment because obviously I'm not a cruel cat owner and I'm not going to keep them locked inside all the time. You don't have to be cruel to do that. You just have to be ignoring the fact that it is cruel. Lots of not cruel people love their cats so much that they won't let them go outside. Not because they're cruel people, it's because they're not getting it, you know. Bad intuition, weak intuition. That's what it boils down to. Not understanding you have to let something be what it is. I guess that's what Marcus Aurelius would say. Is just let the cat be what it is. Touche, Marcus Aurelius. Touche. They're gonna be little murderers. All I can do is try to rescue their victims if they're still alive. When the guy got that one mouse out earlier, he seemed not too injured. He might have actually survived. I caught him up in an empty coffee jug and put him over there on the hill above the wall. He seemed like he might be fine, you know. I mean, I didn't see any visible injuries. He was still moving fine. It was hard for me to catch, you know. But that's definitely the minority of the cases. Usually, either I find it after it's already long dead. You know, like, what are you playing with, Trouble? Oh, God, it's a dead mouse. Or, um, it's like, it can walk on its front two legs pitifully or something like that. It's paralyzed from the waist down. Horrible shit I have to see. Horrible. I'll still try to. Like, if it's that badly mangled, I'll try to capture it and flush it down the toilet. Because it's a better death than being continue to be tortured to death by the cats. I gotta make a judgment call basically as to whether each of these mice, if they have a chance if set back in the wild, or if their injuries aren't too gruesome, but they might succumb to them if they prefer a peaceful death in the wild. You know, it's all very morbid. I kind of feel worse about the lizards because it's like cats are supposed to get mice, right? But I feel good about the scorpions, you know. The cats, Capio especially, is very smart about scorpions. And like, she one time went out of her way to tell me, hey, there's a scorpion right there, watch out, you know. Like, was very, very evidently trying to draw my attention to it. It was impressive. You don't normally expect that from cats, right? But Capio's a very good kitty. Trouble's just a hellion. Just a little hellion. And he's just absolutely obsessed with me. Like, get away from me sometimes, you cat. Go do your own thing. Cats are supposed to be independent. What are you doing hanging around me all the time? Well, the reason is, if we only had one cat, and he were the only cat, I'm sure he wouldn't be that way, right? The reason he's that way is not because he likes me so much, because he wants to continually deny access to me, to Capio. Because he's so evil to Capio with his territorial ways. I try to tell him every day, listen, all of this area belongs to everybody. So just get over it. But he doesn't listen to me. He's a horrible cat. Well, yeah, normally I just, I'll flush him down the toilet because our toilet's very capable of handling that kind of thing. Like, I've yet to have to plunge the toilets here. We've lived here now for, coming on 2 years? I've not one time had to plunge the toilets. How crazy is that? How crazy is that, right? I used to have to plunge the toilets all the time in LA. Constantly. There was not a week that went by that I didn't have to plunge the toilets. Usually more than once. Trevor's not a very good hunter, I don't think. He doesn't seem to catch a lot of stuff himself. But it's the one time that Capio and Trouble get along great is when Capio's got a mouse in her mouth. Then all of a sudden they're best friends. Like, oh boy, let's have a tag team torture party. And I try to say, go away from it, get away, let me get it and put it outside, you horrible murderers. But, sometimes I'm successful, sometimes not. Boy, let me tell you, I had earlier this evening the most oppressive fit of yawning I've ever experienced. I was yawning so much. It was like, I must have been yawning like every third breath I had was a yawn. I could not believe how much I was yawning. And of course, one of the things that happens when you're yawning is your nose runs, your eyes run. I was thinking about it, that makes me want to yawn, but I mean, you wouldn't believe how much yawning I had. Rachel will confirm it was a lot of yawning. When I went out to the garage to smoke a cigarette, I was like, oh my God, will you stop yawning? Like, I had to yawn like 3 times between every hit of a cigarette. It was crazy. Anyway, if you've ever had excessive yawn disorder like I had, it can be like, okay, either go to sleep or be awake, but just stop yawning. That's the mushroom serotonin thing, I guess serotonin makes you yawn. Normally, I can kind of out serotonin the mushrooms with Adderall, but it just didn't seem to work. The mushrooms just hit with my natural tiredness, and I was just lying in bed, just yawning. Well, then, interestingly, at some point I got a second wind, obviously, because I got up after Rachel and I had sexual intercourse, and then, I didn't feel so tired anymore. So many yawns. So maybe those yawns were really just my semen trying to get out. Well, we are learning our boundaries, G. In general, that's how it's been for us too much. Where it's like, okay, well, we got to make room for the cat. Not so much anymore. No, I lasted much more than 5 minutes. Thank you, Marcus Aurelius. I mean, why would you say that? Even, like, what if it were true? Then I'd be like all sad and stuff. Like, what possible reason would you have for saying that? It was not true at all, but yeah, well, this was a weird combination of drugs I was on this time. I don't think I've ever said that. No. The amount of time I last, it really depends on the instance. Sometimes I don't last a particularly long time. Other times I can't come at all. It depends on the situation, the moment, and you know what kind of horny I am and stuff like that. So I don't know. Maybe you're projecting your own shit onto me, Marcus Aurelius. Well, Bob, I I never needed that at all. But when I got prescribed Wellbutrin, one of the main side effects of it was impacting my sexual desire and stuff. So I said to the doctor, uh, "Hey, can you prescribe me Viagra?" And then I took it. I was like, "Oh, this stuff's great." um, so now, even when I more or less, I'm kind of stopped taking the Wellbutrin. I don't sometimes take it, but I still like to take Viagra now before sex because it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter who you are or what age you are or whatever. It just improves your game. So, and yeah, Adderall and Viagra is a great combination. So, yeah. Jordan Peterson said that people who are at the dominance hierarchy have high serotonin, and people with the low in the hierarchy have low serotonin. Well, I mean, I don't know what that means exactly because, like, whatever my dopamine slash serotonin score is, whatever that would be, I've been in various spots, right? I've been at the bottom of the hierarchy. I've been at the top of the hierarchy. I've been detached from hierarchies. But presumably my dopamine serotonin score hasn't changed. So that's obviously bullshit. I don't quite sure what the general obsession with hierarchy is anyway. Like most of life is not a competition between males trying to be like more alpha than the other one. Most things in life that matter aren't about that at all. Very, very few things in life that matter are about that. Gee, we stop being gross. Speaking of gross, I don't know what to do about this. I guess I should just do it. It's like I have this trash problem. When don't you think men who lead tend to get the most attention from women? No, I'm not saying that success doesn't equate to attractiveness to women. I'm just saying that one's relationship with serotonin, dopamine, etc., presumably doesn't change over the course of one's life, whereas one's place in a hierarchy does, right? Do I have any luck with ladies? Yeah, I'm happily married to a wonderful woman. So my point isn't about whether or not people at the top of the hierarchy get more women. My point is about whether or not your serotonin / dopamine thing links to where you are in a hierarchy, because I've been in all different spots, and so, but I don't think my relationship with serotonin and dopamine has changed. So it's absolutely the case that, for both men and women, that people are looking for assorted pluses and looking to avoid assorted minuses. And those pluses can come in a variety of different ways. Usually, women are going to be more attracted to men whose pluses are in the high achievement area rather than in the physical appearance area. Whereas, women are more likely to be valued for physical appearance and less for high achievement. In your normal heterosexual, non new world polyamory shit or anything like that. Your regular world, then I think that's fair to say about men and women, that men can get further with being successful and women can get further with being attractive than the opposite sex can. I'm not particularly attractive, but I'm, and the other thing is I'm not particularly successful, but nevertheless, I got a hot young wife. Why? Because I have a YouTube channel. That's why. So, and also because of these dulcet, seductive tones coming from my mouth. Yours don't, baby. You just get hotter and hotter every day. Mine fade. But the thing is, you weren't with me for my looks to begin with, so that's fine. I'm not insecure about my physical appearance at all. I understand how I look, and that's fine. That's one of the advantages of being a man, right? Just like I can being attractive isn't that big of a deal to me. Whereas with chicks, it's like they're obsessed with it. They're just absolutely obsessed with it. So they get all this makeup and other stuff. Rachel spends so much of her time like taking pictures of herself, looking at herself with this thing and that thing, on to see which is more attractive. It's crazy. I think women who are younger and can bear children are like more likely to have attention from older men. Okay, well, I mean, but it is the case that in this instance, I said I'm looking for a new girlfriend, and she must be at least 30. But I had a minimum age, not a maximum age. And it is the case that, you know, Rachel was and still is very attractive. And in previous relationships, I had never prioritized that. I never prioritized getting with somebody that I thought was super sexy, you know. But in this case, I did. And I don't regret it one bit. I think that was probably the problem in my previous relationships is I had not prioritized such a basic thing as actually being attracted to them. Because I thought that's not important, you know. What's important are these practical matters that I'm thinking of. That's what happens when you're FI polar. You think that your own feelings don't matter in your relationship. Well, I don't need to like her or anything. I just need us both to adhere to the relationship rules. It's the sort of crazy thing I was likely to have said in my first marriage. Well, no, I don't like her, but that's not what matters. Oh, very careful. You seem like quite the expert on love and romance. I genuinely disliked my first wife. When I married her, I already disliked her. Okay, that's one problem trash put into the trash lock, you might call it. It's like an airlock for trash. We've got this surplus can that I'm having to put these bags into because all of the 4 cans that go up to the street are full. Because last week I forgot to take out the trash to the street. So I'm having more trash than can fit in those 4 trash cans. I'm having to put it in the surplus trash can because I'm an idiot. Becky is a cheater. Who's Becky? She sounds like a cheater, whoever she is. That Becky needs to keep her vaginina in her peasantance. So there's 2 trashes. Now let's get the 3rd trash that I need to get. That'll be a big win once we've gotten these trashes all put in there. What can you possibly want now, Trouble? I already watched you eat so much that I was able to put away all those things and make coffee. Oh, I forgot about the making of the coffee. Why isn't it on? Didn't I turn it on? Did I fail to plug it in properly? Oh, it is on. Let's go. I see it. I must not have plugged it in very well. Now it's going. It's already hot, so it's been going for a while. The water's not hot. Okay, well, I'll just let you go for a while. See what happens. That'll be nice when it's done and we have some fresh hot coffee. Okay, trash bag number 3. It needs to go into the surplus holding area trash can to await its final destination into one of the regular trash cans. This is the sort of shenanigans you get yourself into when you don't remember to take the trash out each week. Fortunately, the trash is coming tomorrow. So then when I get the trash cans back from the street, I'll put those 3 trash bags into the trash cans where they're supposed to be. Hey Eric, is statistics more a TI or TE field? Yeah, I've never taken a statistics class, so I don't know exactly the scope and sequence of what they cover in such class. But I would say, in terms of how it's used in very TE ways, like the whole statistical significance thing with P at yeah, and then being able to move P. That's very TE. It's like, oh, I'm not worried about what's correct or not. What's going on here with this thing? Turn you off and turn you on again. And unplug you and plug you back in again. Okay, it's plugged in. I don't see any sign of, there's the light. Well, I don't know what's wrong with that thing. Maybe we have to get a new coffee maker. Maybe we'll go back to the old drip coffee maker instead of this. I don't know. Seems like it might be on its last legs. Okay, trash bags. We need to put trash bags in the empty trash cans now. That's 1, 2, 3 trash bags. Okay, let's do it. How are we going to get this done? 1 trash bag at a time. You guys sing an inspirational song for me. Give us any rule, we'll break it. Give us any rule, we'll shake it. We're gonna make our dream come true. Putting in trash bags. Never say the word empty. Never say the word impossible. This time I'm putting trash bags. Putting in trash bags. That's a pretty inspirational song. The mode of this sequence of words is the average of median and mode. Sounds good. Sounds good. Stop averaging my modes and stop trying to claim my larges or mediums. We're gonna do it. Put it in trash bags. Never, never heard the word impossible. This time I'm putting trash bags. Putting in trash bags. Now I'm done this thing. Yeah, I put in all the trash bags. Look how this trash bag's put in. Put it in trash bags. You know what? Fuck math. Okay? Fuck you, math, with all your terms. So your square roots and your round roots. Nobody cares about your medians and your modes. Just shut up, math. Okay? Nobody cares about your sines and your cosines and your funny looking symbols. Just shut up, math. Nobody asked you. Nobody asked you the answer to anything except math questions. God, I'm never bringing you to a party again, math. You're just boring everybody. But my question about earlier, Marcus Aurelius, was not, why did you ask that? Like, why would you say that about you saying, like, I bet you didn't last more than 5 minutes, was not predicated on, like, do you have logical reasons to say that? Rather, why would you say that? Because the only possible reason you would say that would be to hurt somebody's feelings. In my case, it didn't hurt my feelings because it's not true. But if it had been true, surely it would have hurt my feelings. Why would you say something like that? That's the point that you did not address, sir. Like you're just willfully trying to be hurtful. And that's not very nice. So that's one to grow on. And you just got scolded by an FI polar person for not being very nice. So you have to be pretty not nice for that to happen. I'm trying to get so you don't get too much light glare in the picture. There, that's better. Nobody likes light glare except the light glareophiles. Aficionados of light glare from the world around gather to look at pictures that are nothing but glaring lights. Oh, I hope my yawn disease doesn't come back. That was a nice mushroom trip last night. It's an odd one, isn't it? Spent a lot of time like lying in bed. You know, either just resting or otherwise. But I guess I was tired. I mean, I'm still tired, obviously, but I got a dentist appointment on Tuesday. Oh, yeah. That'll be the start of something fun. Figure out a solution to my current dental nightmare that's, you know, it doesn't totally break the bank. but it will also allow me to eat normally and speak normally. One of my two primary goals. Like, I don't, the left side of my mouth, it's like, it's going to be a whole bucket of worms of itself. But if I can get a bridge on the top of my right side, then I'll be able to chew and stuff because my bottom right side is fine. I didn't understand at the time what I was agreeing to really when this dentist told me they were going to pull out all these teeth. I should have had them, save the teeth wherever they could have. But ran into some kind of bad luck. That lady was a dentist at that dentist office for like one day before getting fired. Probably because of me, But, regardless, if I can get the front teeth here fixed, these ones, these two, and get the right side up here fixed, that'd be good enough for me for the foreseeable future, really. So it's good that I'm moving forward on something I've been meaning to do and needed to do for a long time. And then hopefully that'll be getting that emotional to be an impetus to make further progress on the rental property, which is something I definitely need to do now, not later. Anyway, after I get my teeth dealt with, I plan to get a job. Not exactly sure what job I'm going to get yet, but not going to be like a fancy job. Be something like a clerk at some place, I don't want a lot of responsibility or anything. Seeing how big things are afoot here in Mariposa, the Strauss family residence. Getting my teeth fixed, getting a job, hopefully in the boot jack market, but maybe the Triangle Road store or something would be possible as well. I might make just go to the Triangle Road place or the boot jack market. If I see the lady, she's in charge. I know the lady who's in charge there. Just say hi. I'm Eric. I'm semi-retired. I live in Jersey-Dale, and I would like to get a job here, part-time job here if you're hiring. Hi, Johnny. Hi, Schlong. Hi, Mossonite King. Should cover what? Stroke me, stroke me? I don't want to cover that song. That's not good. Oh, right. I was going to get another jar of weed, and I got distracted by something. Watch out, kitty. You want to go outside? Very well. And you go outside. If that's where you want to go, then that's where you should go. All right. Now, let's not get distracted this time. Get a jar of weed. Actually, instead of getting a jar of weed, no, I'll get a jar of weed. Well, I could get it from over there. Let me go in here instead. Let me just get some of this loose weed here. Some loose weed. To mix it up a bit. This loose weed is different strains than what I've been smoking. Oh my God. Could my pants be falling any more down every time I take a step? No. The answer is no. They could not be falling any more down. It's a good thing I'm up close so you can't see. Because I'm also not wearing any underwear. All right. Now that we've got loose weed, let's smoke some of it. Hi, Philadelphia. You're the city of brotherly love. And the city of cheesesteak sandwiches. Not to mention the Philadelphia Phillies, Philadelphia Flyers, and the Philadelphia Eagles. So you got the whole 9 yards in Philadelphia. Got your football team, your baseball team, your hockey team. Saham, nice to meet you too. Irfan Bag says, Assalamu alaikum. I don't know what this is. Hey, you have talked to this guy before. Yes, you have talked to me before. I remember you from such conversations as the one that we had. Okay. Is this dust or weed? I can't even tell. It's just dust. It's just fully cashed. Okay. Oh, yeah, you got the 76ers. I forgot about the 76ers. Shame on me forgetting about basketball. Assalamu alaikum means peace be upon you in Arabic. Well, peace be upon you too in English and in Spanish and every other language. Hello from Melbourne, Australia, where the best sport on earth is. What's the best sport on earth, Melbourne, Australia? I'm pretty sure American football is not in Melbourne, Australia. My roommate, Vi, danced for the 76ers in 06 and 07. Wow. Look at you, Rachel. You got a real celebrity friend. The AFL? What's the AFL? The Australian Football League? Okay, well, that's the wrong kind of football. I'm sorry. The right kind of football is American football, sometimes called hand egg. I'm not keeping Palestine locked up, dumbass. No one called their friends Vi before the release of Arcane, and all die on that hill. I mean, Rachel, what was your friend's full name? What was your friend Vi's name? Oh, V. I'm sorry, it's V, not Vi. It's because she's from another country. Her name's V Nguyen. Nah, slow and boring. We like action, no pads and high marks. Okay, well, I will agree that American football is not the most continuously action-packed sport. There's a lot of pauses, right? That's why I watch it with time saved up so that I can click 15 seconds forward through all the pauses. I already told you I'm not keeping Palestine locked up. If you're offering me Palestine for free, I don't want it. So just knock it off, spammy spams. God. Nobody wants your free Palestine. It's like, I don't know, how much would you have to pay me to take Palestine? I can't even conceive. It would be a lot. I'm not sure what I would do with it once I had it. Maybe put it in Greenland, maybe. Greenland looks so big on the globe. I'm sure it could fit all of Palestine there. She's Vietnamese. Yeah, her name's Vien Nguyen. So, okay, she was called that because she's foreign, not because she was coughing off some video game. I like your theory, though, too. I like your theory that Rachel just called called her friend that because she was copying some video game that she's never played. Random question, but what is the best advice you can give to people who are in a relationship? Well, if you're in the right relationship, you don't need any advice. But I would just say, if you're in the right relationship, don't fuck it up, right? Don't do anything shady, don't cheat, don't keep secrets, that kind of stuff, you know? If you're in a relationship that requires you to work on it and compromise and stuff, then it's probably not the right relationship. The right relationship does not require that. Ong Bak is a great movie. Never heard of it. Hello, Alexandra Solona. How are you? Welcome to Talking with Famous People, the internet's only YouTube channel. You are so lucky you found it. You're here. You're the internet's only YouTube channel. And necessarily, accordingly, the best. And also the worst. Tony Jaa was the main hero. Do you think that the women in our lives are the people that help us men develop our love for other people in general? No. I don't think so. I mean, I think if you have good parents who loved you and nurtured you, then you'll have a good, healthy relationship towards other people in general. I think we're naturally pretty empathetic creatures, but abuse can destroy that. Too much privilege and entitlement might also kind of create some kind of unhealthy, like, celebrity cruelty pathology kind of thing, you know? I was so linear in my response. Okay, I mean, I'm not quite sure what that means. Like, it wasn't a circular response, I guess. Hi, live feed. Hello to you, even though technically, if we're going to be honest about things, I am not your uncle. The reason I know that is because I have no siblings. So it's not possible for me to have any nieces or nephews. Oh, live feed. That's a live feed, but now I see the E. Cool, Ty. Yeah, I didn't disagree with the characterization of it as linear. And when I thought about it, it's like, well, it definitely wasn't circular. That's an alternative to linear. Maybe it's a smaller piece to the bigger picture. Maybe. I don't know. For me, my empathy, compassion, love, whatever, they're not things that need explaining really. And if we're gonna try to explain them at all, it'd be like, if I don't uphold these values, then I will experience emotional pain. So it's like, if I hurt somebody, I'm going to experience a lot of emotional pain from that. More so than if I incur harms to myself, really. Now, I've never been to Iceland. I've never been to Iceland, and I would like to go, I guess, but I hear it's very expensive. And there are a few places I'd kind of like to go if I didn't dislike traveling in general. Iceland is one of them. Norway is one of them. Japan is one of them. Maybe even South Korea, I'm not sure. Of course, Japan and South Korea, they're super, like, marijuana death penalty time. So that's kind of annoying about them. Are women more empathetic and better at forming relationships than men? I don't know. I mean, for me, I can say that I'm empathetic and very much inclined towards being in a relationship, romantic relationship, rather than being single or playing the field, or whatever. But I'm not very good at picking relationship partners. Haven't been until Rachel, anyway. So, and does that rub off on men? I don't know. Maybe I'm a unusually feminine man or something, but I feel it's hard to say. It's hard to know what qualifies as being good at forming relationships and maintaining them as a general skill outside of my own abilities to form relationships. Well, I don't think I'm very good at maintaining them. I think I'm quite bad at maintaining them. But so I don't know. It's hard for me to answer that question because, like, I don't think Rachel's particularly good at maintaining relationships either, but she's very good at maintaining her relationship with me. So does her active, like, proactive relationship good qualities, like frequently telling me she loves me, she thinks I'm handsome, all those other things, are those good qualities of her because she's a woman? I think they're more because she's an INFJ. Like, I have been with women who were not nice, not nurturing, not good at relationships, etc. I don't think being a feeler means you're better at relationships than being a thinker either. But there might be more female feelers than thinkers, but I don't think being a feeler means you're better at relationships. I don't think it means you're worse at relationships either, but I'm not a boomer. I'm 53. I'm Generation X. I was born in 1971. Okay, G, you're drunk and being gross. Just knock it out. I think that people are genetically predisposed due to gender, in which we have the instinct that plays out in personality and behavior. Well, even if you can make demographic generalities, it's never the case that any individual is a slave to those generalities, right? So it's like maybe let's say there are fewer female INTJs than male INTJs. Maybe for every 9 INTJs, nine of them will be for every 10, 9 of them will be male, one of them will be female. It doesn't change the fact that for that individual female INTJ, they're first and foremost an INTJ and not whatever generalities you want to say about their gender, right? So, so the problem with this line of inquiry in general is that it never applies to any specific individual for the reasons you say. Well, Alexandra Salona, I do look older than my actual age. And it's not surprising that you thought that. Yeah, we are all our own individual. We are human. Well, I'm not just saying, it's not that we're all one snowflake in a blizzard. What I'm saying is that the individual human being is constrained by one group thing, namely INTJs are going to be like other INTJs, regardless of man or woman or whatever. That's a real distinction you can make so that you don't have to just pretend everybody's a unique snowflake, right? They're not. But the thing that they have in common that we can make meaning from is not their gender. Because while it may be the case that there are more feelers who are women or something like that, in any individual instance, the human being is defined by their type, not by their gender. So a female INTJ will be much more like a male INTJ than they will be like the commonality of the female, even if that commonality is correct. You see what I'm saying? Yeah, typology is the one exception to all these rules, right? You can't say anything about the individual based on their gender, their sex, their whatever, the race, but you can based on their type if you have them typed correctly. Absolutely, you can. So, in that regard, what I'm saying is, it's like if you want to hate correctly, instead of hating a race or whatever, hate a specific type that you actually hate. Then you can hate a whole group of people correctly. You won't be wrong, and it'll be an equal opportunity hate, right? Because within that group of people that you hate will be old, young, men, women, handicapped, capable, whatever, all that shit, right? What's up, veterans? I'm not a veteran, but what's up to you? You still selling plates tomorrow? I'm not selling plates at all. We might have too many plates, but if I wanted to get rid of some of my plates, I would just throw them away. We do have too many plates. But I'm still not selling any of them. It would seem much too much of a hassle to try to sell our plates. I would just throw them away. I mean, they weren't that expensive to begin with. We bought a whole shit ton of plates for the wedding, which we obviously needed a lot of plates for that. But the thing is, we don't need that many plates now that the wedding's over, right? With just two people. So we have a lot more plates than we need. More plates, more dates, says Saxy. Okay, all right. What time is it? It's party time, Arcalone. Didn't anybody tell you? It's always party time here at Rave O'Clock. I got 4 words for you: eat, sleep, rave, repeat. Okay? Around here, we go big or we go home. It's 2:30 in the morning. That's just like roll into the party. It's just barely getting started, 2:30 in the morning. It's a mess. It's a complete mess, money. Like, what exactly do they think they're measuring? They think that if they can find a discrete set of adjectives that somehow, correlates as a grouping with each other instead of, say, against random adjectives that don't correlate with that. Then they show this grouping like uniquely correlates with each other. It's a complete disaster. Yeah, their methodology is an absolute joke. It's ridiculous. I figured out I have NI from our conversation the other week, as you told me things most associated with NI DOMs. Yeah, I would agree that you're NI and not SI, Ty. I don't think that I didn't know that was in any a matter under question. It's just NI is just knowing about the external world rather than your own subjective experiences. And SI is knowing about your subjective experiences. Everybody has some minimal, at least, degree of fluency in both, but depends where your stack is. For people who are fluent maximally in both NI and SI, then it's going to be in the 4th slot, 4th, 5th. Yeah, well, Jordan Peterson's also a mess argumentationally. You know, that's the thing that's at the end of the day, that's that's the issue I have with lots of things. And the thing that makes me sigh a lot is that I understand what it looks like to do a good job argumentationally. In other words, to run it, to keep a clean ship, to do to articulate what you need to do, to articulate what you're trying to do, what you need to do to accomplish that goal, and the parameters under which you're going to attain this, and then argumentationally meet those criteria under the parameters articulated. Then you could additionally, if you wanted to, do some kind of like spiking out and say, well, this does affirm under my own framework, which is presumably a reasonable framework that other people are going to agree is a reasonable framework, right? But here are, if you're not facing an actual opponent, here are legitimate perspective arguments against this. Basically, steel man it. If you're not arguing against somebody, you can still do good or bad argumentation. I've seen very few critiques that point out that applying factor analysis only relates the words with each other, not how the underlying latent factor is expressed semantically. Well, that sounds like a very apt critique. The social scientists blindly applied the math without understanding what actually does. That seems like a very apt observation. But I wouldn't be able to explain exactly what was wrong with what they were doing as correctly as you just did, I'm sure. But you know, I I just know that it's like people don't have an attribute called, you know, conscientiousness. People do have ways of paying attention. People might describe that which is conscientious in many different ways. And you might be conscientious. You can think of situations where being conscientious to one in as in regard to one person is viewed as unconscientious in regard to the other person or something. You know, basically they did this. Good is used in conjunction with great. Therefore, they must be referring to the same general thing in a different way. Okay. That's like because pretty and brown are both occurring with horse, they must be different ways of describing horse, which is not does not apply to good and great, because good and great are differing degrees of the same concept rather than different adjectives applying to the same thing. Right. And more importantly, there's no there's no model of what cognition exactly or something this trait of conscientiousness actually represents, right? Like, okay, so why is it that Mary has this score on extroversion, the score on meow, the score on conscientiousness, rather than something else? Or why can't she be all of those things, etc.? There's no explanation. There's no explanation of anything, right? It's just purports to be an observational snapshot of your personality, which definitionally is something that doesn't change over the course of your life. But really, it's it doesn't even know what it's measuring, right? It's like with cognitive functions, you know what you're talking about. You're saying people pay attention in certain ways, and right now I'm extrovertedly intuiting. I'm saying ideas, creating new words to put out into the world, and that's a way of paying attention that's possible. While I'm doing this, while I'm talking and saying all these words, I can't also be reading your words and processing what they mean at the same time because I've got a limited amount of room on these various attentional channels, right? So all this makes intuitive good sense, what I'm saying. The idea that people have this trait called conscientiousness that is 1/5 of their defined personality that you can measure with this test of and like why those exact traits and not any other, well, it's not exactly clear. They have reasons that they say that I don't understand, but semantic association. The thing is, no, I'm not a pastor. Thanks, Nancy, for you smile for the smile and rose. Thank you, Findon Reed, for saying hello. You're very cool. When we use words to describe someone as hardworking, we are also more likely to describe them as reliable. Okay. So the fact that those words link to one another is what I mean. I can't imagine coming up with this thing. You know, the concept is so fundamentally bereft of intuitive grip. I can't imagine coming up with this concept, let alone beginning to try to justify it. It just doesn't make any sense to me. as I indicated, I can articulate very clearly what I mean when I'm talking about a cognitive function. I can demonstrate it, etc. Like, there's no real way to measure somebody's conscientiousness or predict anything from that. For example, if if you say Joe is conscientious, okay, well, you might be able to predict, I guess, maybe like how clean he keeps his house or something. But the reason you can't really predict his behavior based on conscientiousness is because conscientious to whom, on what frame of reference, it's a complicated question. The thing is, all of these things, extroversion, openness, neuroticism, um, agreeableness, and conscientiousness, right? They're all framed from an external perspective, except for neuroticism, the only introverted really perspective, and that's a negative thing, right? So it's like your personality is measured on openness, which means openness to the external world, presumably. Uh, Extroversion, agreeableness. These are all external things, right? Conscientiousness, which is really how reliable you are to the external world, and then neuroticism, which is the only internal thing. There's no authenticity. There's no. It's just it's a shockingly pointless normative thing, right? It makes personality into a normative thing, whereas where some people can do well on the personality test and some people do poorly on it, right? Unlike personality types based on cognitive functions, which tell us that every personality type is a is their the strengths of those attentional manners, and all of the implied deficits, and that on balance everybody has an equal amount of strengths and deficits because that's the nature of cognition. Well, I mean, that's what I'm saying. It's like if you were to try to predict, you'd run into the difficult reality that they're not talking about anything specific, right? Given that you are likely to describe someone as X, you are also likely to describe them as Y. Therefore, you're conscientious. Okay. Well, home defense hack. Make frozen patties from your poo and slide them under your door at intruders. That's not a good hack, Ryan Clark. Nobody's going to apply that hack. Okay. Gee, you're just being gross and drunk, so stop it, please. Beers are smokable is one thing, okay? But what you said is too gross. I mean, I'm sure we've all smoked a few pubes in our life because we've got some floor weed or something that has some floor pubes on it. It's understandable you're gonna smoke a few pubes, but not what you said, G. That's just too gross. My pee hole is the Swiss Army knife of my body. Is it? do, do explain. I want I want to understand this. How is the pee hole of you the Swiss Army knife of your body? What are the can it open a bottle of wine? If we applied factor analysis to studying the solar system, it would look like this. The sun is hot. Given that it is hot, we can also predict that it is on fire. The fieriness of the sun. It is on fire, but not for the reason you said. It's not a good idea to predict that everything that's hot is on fire. Like, I'm hot, but I'm not on fire. It's just word associations. Well, that seems like a pointless waste of time. What you smoking on? That one was Gorilla Glue number 4. I know because it's the worst tasting and also stoniest of all the weeds we have. Now let's try some of this Northern Lights. Hello, Northern Lights, my friend. I'll pull bong rip of you again. I don't have any DMT. I don't want to smoke salvia. Quit making me Jones for drugs I don't have. I don't have DMT, okay? You know what else I don't have? What I would like to have for Rachel's sake, really more than mine. Ketamine. Who has ketamine? Not Eric. You've masturbated to the movie Flubber over 31 times. Okay, cool. During just one showing of it? That'd be quite an impressive feat. Unless it's a really long movie. I'm not really sure how long Flubber is, but no, not smoking any mescaline. I don't think you can smoke mescaline, can you? Can you? I think you gotta eat it. It's enough to make your own flubber. You're right. Are you guys talking about coming up here? Is that what you and Rachel were talking about? I think it's a great idea. You should come up here. Or over here or down here, depending on where you are now.
Definitely want to smoke some of that.
Okay. You want to select your own Christmas tree?
Sure, which is which?
The darker ones are. This is grilled. You want this?
Sure.
You want it in the pipe?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Would it be possible to post my typing session for, let's just say, a month and then take it down? Oh, sure. Yeah, that's possible. You want me to do that? I'll put it up. You might have to remind me to take it down. I'll put it on my calendar. If you have a specific date when you want to take it down, I'll put it on my calendar. But you might have to remind me. Huff some paint thinner. I don't think we have any paint thinner. And if we do have paint thinner, I'm not really in a huffing mood at the moment. You know, huffing's for Thursdays. You be in LA, you should be in Mariposa if you're in LA. All right.
I was saying January 18th weekend for my birthday party.
Are you talking about your birthday party and your 40th birthday party in January?
Yeah.
And what date is it you want that to be on?
Well, I don't know. Now I'm like, getting suspicious because, like, Chinese astrology says you should celebrate before your birthday. But I was thinking the weekend of the 18th.
What am I doing? All right, I'm looking the weekend of the 18th. Okay, that sounds good to me. But you know, they could come up now, and they could come up again then.
Yeah, they can come up whenever.
Yeah. 40th
Yeah,
birthday.
my
Yeah,
40th.
Rachel's 40th birthday. So I'm looking for Nico's. Yeah, I know how to get there. I know the right way to get there. Stop being dumb about things, Eric. Don't go to your Google Drive. Go to your, that's right, calendar. So what day did I meet with? Okay, so I met with his girlfriend on the 28th. Which means I probably met with him like the 23rd or something. 24th, 25th, 26th, 27th, 28th. Did I meet with you in the afternoon though? I might have met with you in the afternoon. Let me go to the 21st. Go like that. 22nd. Go like that. 23rd. 24th. 25th. 26th. 27th. I'll find on the calendar my meeting with you for some reason. Nico, what date did I meet with you on? Could have been the 20th or 19th. Oh, wow, it's all the way back to the 19th. Took me a long time to get around to saving your girlfriend. All right, good. I found it finally. I found it. I'm gonna download it and then put it up on the YouTube. That's because I'm an Italian YouTuber. That's why I talk like that. Did I already download this or not? Yes, I did. Okay, now open in folder. There. Now go to the YouTubes. Good. And upload a video. Now put the video into the thing. Just as I could do in the Italy. That's where Nico's from, you know. He's from the Italy. And they talk like this. So, let's see. Typing session. Nico. What type is this guy? Question mark, exclamation point. How about that? That seems pretty good. Title. As titles go. Put typing sessions. What type is this crazy guy? I could have put crazy guy in there. And you know what? I'll leave you on just regular guy. It's fine. I don't want to poison the well by making people think you're crazy or something. Okay. And then next, monetization on, done. Next, add suitability. Nothing controversial here. Submit. It's fine, YouTube. There's nothing controversial about this video. It'll meet all of your standards of okayedness. Alright, so I will schedule this. I'm going to schedule it for, what day is it today? It's already December 2nd. Wow. It's crazy. Well, let's make it December 2nd at, let's call it 8 a.m. That's 5 hours from now. Set as a premiere. Okay. And now go. Got it. Close. And now it's scheduled to go 5 hours from now. What I need to do is make sure it doesn't have a thumbnail of my face. Sometimes it'll auto to a thumbnail of my face. When obviously I want the person who is being typed's face to be in the thumbnail, you know. Everybody knows what I look like already. Like with the one with your girlfriend, that one defaulted at first to a thumbnail of my face. YouTube, your choose a thumbnail thing is not being very smart here. But what you gonna do? What you gonna do when they come for you, bad boys? As that song famously asked. And I've never heard a good answer to that question yet. What are you gonna do when they come for you? So what do I need to do to help prepare for this birthday party of yours, Rachel?
I was thinking we can send e-bites out.
Okay. We will get to work on that soon, okay?
Yeah.
Why flabbergasted? Oh, I'm just flabbergasted because of all the amazement, mostly. We need salvation, says Dr. Derelict. Salvation for the whites and the Jews. And who else? Can I ask you a question? Yes, you can. K-Eddie, ask it, man. My balls are white. Shaft isn't. What's wrong with me, Doc? You've got a sunburn on your penis? Imagine if Raul Viewer shows up. Then WM scoping out his coordinates from a lightly hidden bunker. So let's see here. Did it? It's not done with it. Yeah, let's see. It hasn't processed enough to give me the thumbnails yet. Okay, Slowpoke. God. Could you be any slower? Sometimes. Wait. Is it done now? Now it's done checking. I still don't see a thumbnail. Well, maybe you should stop being so impatient, Eric, and just wait. It's because my internet speed is so fast. It just uploads that whole thing. See, it's me. No, YouTube, don't pick a picture of me. Let me see some choices here. They all are pictures of me? Are you serious? You have 3 possible pictures that are generated from this, and they're all pictures of me. Well, I'm not pleased with that, YouTube. I want you to generate some more things, like generate different ones. God damn it. I'm gonna have to go do this myself. I hate doing things myself. Oh, how horrible. Alright, fine. Be that way. God. Can you believe YouTube's being that way? It's like, why you gotta be that way, YouTube? YouTube didn't even have an answer for me. They're just like, fuck you, Eric. We're YouTube. What are you gonna do about it? Nothing, YouTube. I'm not gonna do nothing about it. I'm sorry. Sorry I ever even complained. Alright, let's go here. So we're gonna find this gentleman. This guy. Find a picture of him.
Studying computer science.
Okay. You're studying computer science. Oh, pretty fancy, huh? You think you're pretty fancy studying computer science? Maybe just stop talking about your computer skills all the time. There's a nice picture of you smiling. Okay. Okay, Mr. Computer Science. Okay. Wait, bring this one up. So I guess I'll just yeah, like this. Yeah. Save as Migiri Pia. Save as capture. Yes, I'll replace the existing capture. Okay, now go back to this. This is such a pain in the ass. See how much of a pain in the ass it is? Upload. Upload from desktop, capture. Capture. There you are, capture. All right. Now we're cooking with biscuits. Now we are cooking with biscuits. For those of you who thought we were cooking with something other than biscuits, you were wrong. Because now we're cooking with biscuits. Okay, I got it done. That's a lot of work.
Good job.
Phew.
You did it.
I did it. Even though I had to do all that work.
Yeah, you did.
Rachel, I'm sorry for this guy. You shouldn't have to deal with this considering you got a vaginal. It's... Bobby is apologizing for me.
He doesn't need to.
Bobby, I'm gonna have to remove that comment of yours. As Rachel says here, she's Eric's, only for Eric. Okay. Bobby Ricky. I do deserve Rachel, and I exclusively have access to her.
He is a beautiful gentleman.
Yes. I bring the spirit of beauty to the art of gentlemanhood.
So yeah, I got Hitler, and 2 other people got Bill Clinton, and the other person got Einstein. Like, fuck!
So wait, what do you guys think about this? Rachel did a which famous person are you test?
Which famous leader?
Which famous leader are you? And she got Hitler.
No!
Other people got Einstein, Clinton. Who else?
We'll see what Acacia and Ruben get. I sent it to them. But at first I was thinking, I'm like, oh, it's got to be like, you know.
I want to take this test now too.
Okay, you got it.
Where is it at?
Similarminds.com.
Similarminds.com. Okay.
Go to personality tests. No.
Back? That was personality
Personality tests.
Oh.
And then go scroll to the left down. And famous leader test. Not non-serious test.
Famous leader test.
So like I did 45.
Okay. I'll be 45. Take the leader test. Can you get rid of this ad already? I don't want that. I require lots of alone time to recharge. Medium. If people are coming over, I can make sure the place is clean. Yeah. Unpleasant feelings overwhelm me frequently. Not really overwhelm me. I don't mind being the center of attention. That's true. I am too trusting or too suspicious. Too trusting or too suspicious?
I don't know.
No, I think I'm neither of those things. I'm going to say inaccurate. I don't reveal much about myself to others. Inaccurate. Some people are too empathetic. Yeah, I guess. I don't know if you can really be too empathetic. It just might be misapplied to certain areas. I'm going to say slightly inaccurate. I have a talent for making people feel loved. I don't know, but I'm going to say medium. I like to observe more than interact.
Yeah.
I am very wounded at the core. Not really. I am bossy. No, maybe, but in the middle. I have a heightened awareness of danger. Not really, I don't think. I'm very spontaneous. I guess. I tend to take precautions. Yeah, these days I do. My desire for acclaim motivates me. I guess sort of. I find socializing to be generally tiring. Not really. I don't get worked up about most things. Put it in medium. I am assertive. Yeah, I'm pretty assertive when I need to be. The more useful I am to others, the happier I am. Maybe not. Maintaining an attractive image to others is important to me. Yeah, sort of, in some ways. I'm aggressive. No, I'm not aggressive. I have a good word for everyone. No, I am more responsible than pleasure seeking. No. I stay attentive to my surroundings to avoid danger. I'm going to move this back to this one, actually. I stay attentive to my surroundings to avoid danger. Yeah. I relate to broken and discarded things. No. I mean, relate to, or like, I mean, like I'm familiar with that? Not really. People have trouble, but if it means like empathize with, it's different. But like just broken, discarded things. No, I don't relate to that. People have trouble reading me, and that's not true. People have a little trouble reading me. I'm not trying to hide how I feel. I prefer to finish things ahead of schedule when possible. Well, don't we all prefer that? I'm a thrill seeker compared to most people. No. I think most people are too chaotic. I don't have an opinion about most people. Put that in the middle. Fun is the most important thing in life. That's pretty accurate. I am on guard most of the time. No. I finish most things I start. Well, I don't start a lot of things these days, so let's put that in the middle. When my life is stable and tranquil, I am happiest. Not necessarily. It's certainly better than the alternative. So put it that way. I am very emotionally moody. I'm kind of moody these days. I'll put it in the middle. I have a strong desire to be accepted by others. Sure. Good impressions are important to me. I'm very attentive how I carry myself to others. No, unfortunately, I'm not very attentive to that, and I don't make very good first impressions. I'm attracted to things associated with sadness. No. Who's attracted to sadness? I'm strict with myself. No. No. I'm even tempered. I'm pretty even tempered these days. I don't let things bother me. Put in the middle. Go the extra mile to make others around me feel at ease. Put that in the middle. I relate to action heroes in movies. Not very much. I enjoy leading others. Not really. I act wild and crazy. Not really. I'm controlling. Not really. Submit
Alright,
results.
let's see. Oh, you got Bill Clinton.
I'm
How
Bill
the
Clinton.
fuck did I get Hitler? Like, what the hell?
My famous leader is Bill Clinton. Rachel's is Hitler. But
Oh my god!
you know what? Secretly,
I'm not.
with Bill Clinton, well, secretly after World War II, when Hitler was still alive, Bill Clinton and Hitler were really tight. Yeah.
Now in the 90s makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
So, you like to be the center of attention and desire fame. You are
From
Bill Clinton.
you are able to determine the most popular views and then reflect them. I don't do that. I find the popular views that are wrong and explain why they are wrong.
Yeah, you definitely do that.
That's my number one job in life. Oh, my shoulders is feeling tired. Even more than my face and my body and my mind. I feel it in my shoulders. Bruh, you order that pizza with extra mushrooms? No, I'm not
Yeah.
taking a nap. Bro, why you look like you hate life? I just looked like I was taking a test at the time, I think. I mean, there are qualities about his character that are admirable. Well, I mean, sure, you could isolate something positive about anybody. Marcus Aurelius also got Hitler.
Wow.
Wow, you're not alone, Rachel. You
I
aren't
feel
the only
better.
Hitler.
I feel better.
Do I believe in God? Yeah, I self-identify as a Christian. Mr. Ben says I look wise. Wow.
Still not happy to be Hitler. Because
Thanks.
who would be happy to be Hitler? Oh my god. That shouldn't even be a choice.
I'm not happy to be Bill Clinton because it says that I'm just going to reflect popular views, which is not what I do
No,
at
that's
all.
not true.
Do I believe in purgatory? I don't have any opinion about the afterlife or whether there is one or anything. I don't think that's necessarily. I think that there's a separate question to the question of whether you believe in God or at least practice faith by a prayer. So I don't have any opinion about the afterlife. I don't think anybody knows what happens after death. I wrestle with squirrels in my yard to impress the hot MILFs in the neighborhood. Are they impressed with that? Do you sometimes let the squirrels win? Bruh, why you be the coolest uncle on the planet? I don't know. God just made me that way.
Hi, Shelly.
He made me out of 1 cup of piss, 1 cup of vinegar, and 6 buckets of cool. There's also a recipe for Texas lemonade. Name a car for an edit. The Queen Mary. The Queen Mary is my answer. Acacia, where's your husband? What are you doing out alone, unkept by your man? My goodness. Are you some kind of loose woman traveling the interwebs without supervision?
Why are they saying no to the Thanksgiving vacation?
You don't like the Queen
Oh,
Mary?
back to school.
SK? How about the spruce goose then? Everybody loves the spruce goose. It's such a big plane. Are you familiar with the spruce goose?
No.
Well, it used to be part of a 2-part live experience wonder duo with the Queen Mary. Queen Mary being a very fancy boat. Spruce Goose was this super big plane that Hearst made. Let's look it up on the internet. Let's learn together about the Spruce Goose, everybody. You want to be
thought, like, it was a
flabbergasted
joke.
or gazzer-flasted? No. The Spruce Goose is no joke. It may have been a bad idea for a plane.
Well, yeah, it's a bad idea for a plane.
It wasn't actually made out of spruce, I don't think.
I know. I think it's just like a wacky name.
Yes.
So what year did it take off? Or
Let's see. The H-4 Hercules, or Spruce Goose, is a prototype strategic airlift flying boat. Airlift flying boat? What? How can it be a flying boat? It's either, I mean,
an airplane or
is
a
it
boat?
an airplane that floats?
I think it like takes off from the water.
A flying boat?
I don't know. I don't understand it. What makes it different from a?
There's only one of them ever built, okay?
Okay, that makes sense.
It was made almost entirely of birch, not of spruce. So,
Wow. It's weird. What an odd thing altogether.
but people working on the project referred to it as the Birch Bitch. It's the largest flying boat ever built, has the largest wingspan of any aircraft ever flown until the twin fuselage scaled composite strato launch first flew on April 13th. What is that? That's something that's designed to go into orbit. It's not even a regular plane. So basically, it's got the biggest wingspan of any aircraft ever. And it used to be displayed in Long Beach from 1980 to 1992 next to the Queen Mary. Now it's moved to display in Oregon.
I say bring it back. Why did it go?
Bring back the Spruce Goose.
Yeah.
A size comparison between a Douglas DC-3 and the Spruce Goose. That's how big it was. This DC-3, I don't know how big that is, but it's like, this is probably, a 747 or something would probably be maybe considered twice as big as this. Still, this is so much bigger than that.
It's so much bigger.
Yeah. So I'll show you guys so you don't feel left out. So this is a size comparison between the Spruce Goose and a Douglas DC-3. That one in the bottom there, that's the Douglas DC-3, and that's the size of the Spruce Goose. So I was saying, I don't know what a 747 exactly would look like compared to a DC-3, but it couldn't be any more than like twice that big, I wouldn't imagine. Even so, think how much bigger is that than that. Anyway, it was designed to carry 150,000 pounds, 750 fully equipped troops, or two 30-ton M4 Sherman tanks. Seven configurations were considered, including twin hull and single hull designs. Finally chosen was a behemoth eclipsing any large transport really ever built. It was mostly of wood to conserve metals.
That's the inside of it?
I
It's
guess.
so big.
Yeah, it seems pretty cavernous. There's not a lot of thing to compare against. Like, oh, there's a guy right there. It's hard to see exactly what's going on there. But it's over 5 stories tall. So it's 2 of our houses stacked on top of each other, plus another bottom floor of the house.
Whoa.
That's pretty tall. Its wingspan was longer than a football field.
Why did they okay this? Or it was just like, I have the money, let's do this?
Well, because it was during the wartime, I guess.
Yeah.
And I think the U.S. War Department needed to transport war material to Britain. And so...
Did it actually ever fly?
I don't know about that. Let's find out. So he was returned to California during a break in the Senate hearings to run taxi tests on the H-4. Taxi tests began with Hughes at the controls. Four reporters left to file stories after the first 2 taxi runs, while the remaining press stayed on for the final test run of the day. After picking up speed, it lifted off, remaining airborne for 26 seconds at 70 feet off the water at a speed of 135 miles per hour for about 1 mile. At this altitude, the aircraft still experienced ground effect. Hughes, these tests demonstrated that the now unneeded plane was flight-worthy and thus worth the use of government funds. I don't know. I guess it didn't fly very much. Just flew a little bit.
It didn't achieve its goal of giving the troops supplies that.
Well, it wasn't needed at that point because by the time it was done being made, the war was over, from what I gather here. But the thing is, it said somewhere here, like after they shut it down, it was kept in tip-top shape and ready to fly condition until after Howard Hughes died. So anyway, I'd like to see it fly. I'd see a video of it flying. That'd be cool.
That would be cool.
But I guess it doesn't really fly anymore. Or they don't fly it. It could fly, maybe. When's the last time it's flown? Like, why don't they try it, you know? Why don't they try to fly it again?
Arachnoplanes break. Look them up. Talking with famous people.
Ecranoplanes break. Look them up. What's ecranoplanes? don't know what a chronoplans means. The special interest of the kids because we fly RC models airplanes. What airplanes are? If flew once, oh, Spruce Goose. It's credited with greatly advancing aviation technology and contributing to the development of jumbo aircraft. But why don't they fly it again? Goals. Why won't they fly it again? We're fine, thank you, Putty Cat. I need a beverage. I'm dying of thirst here.
There's no coffee, right?
Oh, there is coffee.
There is?
Yes, I forgot about that. Good remembering.
It only flew once. Why not again? Was it just not as practical thing?
What do you want, Kitty? Oh, you're out.
It looks like an impractical plane boat.
No, I won't lay on you. The weather outside is frightful, but the coffee is quite delightful.
And since there's nowhere to go, let it snow, let it snow, let it snow.
Yeah.
Contributing to the development of the jumbo aircraft. So they like flew it once, saw like the kinks and things that weren't working, and developed the jumbo aircraft. That's the only like way I can see it being like flown once. Like, okay, here's what can be done.
This is good coffee.
Thank you.
You're welcome. My pants are falling down again. Nobody could possibly have joined the Mile High Club on the Spruce Goose because it was only aloft for 1 mile. I mean, a horizontal distance, not vertically. It didn't fly very far. But it did fly. Yes, he hid the plane from public view during his lifetime. But after his death in 1976, a holding company for his remaining interest gifted the giant plane to the Aero Club of California. Well, thank you for that useful information.
That is useful information, Shelley.
Well, now tell us about the Queen Mary.
Yeah,
What's up with the Queen Mary?
Yeah.
Did it fly like an eagle?
No, an eagle can fly much better than that.
Because, the Queen Mary, as far as I know, it doesn't go on voyages at all anymore. It just sits at Long Beach and people go on like ghost tours on it and stuff, you know?
Oh, interesting.
Yeah. Let me ask this question to confirm this. Does the ever actually sail?
Well, you're looking at trouble. What's got you spooked?
Let's see. No, the Queen Mary did not sail. In 1967, Cunard retired the Queen Mary from service after years of declining profits. Between 67 and 70, most of the ship's machinery and all its boilers were removed. Queen Mary was permanently moored in Long Beach after its final voyage in 1967, and it's now a popular tourist attraction.
In Manhattan, there's like some like ship that used to fly planes.
A ship that used to fly planes like an aircraft carrier?
Yeah, it has a name. It's like popular
Where is this at?
in New York City.
So who owns the Queen Mary? Does Long Beach own the Queen Mary? Does Long Beach own the Queen Mary? Yes, the city of Long Beach owns the Queen Mary. What do you know? But it wasn't until 2021 the city regained full control of the ship for the first time in 40 years. I don't know what happened there, but city's been investing in repairs to the ship, which faced challenges including mismanagement, financial issues, and infrastructure concerns. Queen Mary reopened to the public in 2023. I see. Why is it like, but why is it so much of a tourist attraction? It's just a boat, right? Is it a particularly beautiful boat or something?
They make it sound like it.
Is the Queen Mary a particularly beautiful boat? Yes, many say the Queen Mary is a beautiful ship. Some say the ship's Art Deco style is beautiful and oozes class and luxury.
When was it?
Go ahead.
When was it made?
The boat?
Mm-hmm.
It's a good question.
Because if it's Art Deco, like you would think it'd be like 100 years old, something like that. But I have a feeling it's older than that.
When was the Queen
I guess Art Deco is still
Mary's
1934.
maiden voyage? 1936.
Yeah, it could still be Art Deco. 1936.
So, not quite 100 years ago.
No, not yet.
12 years shy of 100 years ago.
Yeah.
Which means 88 years ago. I'm sure it looks lovely and everything. Let's see what it looks like. Like pictures of the Queen Mary. Images. This is what it looks like from the outside. There's a swimming pool. First class swimming pool. Huh. That's Queen Mary 2. don't see a lot of pictures of the inside of the Queen Mary. Queen Mary hallway photos are a must aboard the Queen Mary. It looks like a nice hallway.
It does. Wow, it's beautiful.
It's a nice, like, I don't know what you call this. This is a Queen Mary 2. That's not the Queen Mary.
We got fooled.
Yeah, we got fooled. Exactly.
Trouble.
Stop being all aroundy.
I'm like, I don't know the confused.
Like a runaround Sue.
Yeah.
Well, the problem is you get too much Queen Mary 2, which is still floating around doing stuff, I guess. Eric give me an idea for homeschool today. Sure. You could teach them about how bears are different than birds. Number one, generally speaking, bears are bigger than birds. Number two, most birds can fly, no bears can fly. Number three, bears don't lay eggs, but birds usually do lay eggs. Number four, birds don't hibernate, but bears sometimes do. Number five, birds have feathers, whereas bears do not have feathers. Number six, bears can climb trees and birds can't. Good point. Birds don't need to, but good point. The idea was the Queen Mary. I think this idea is a better idea, though, Goals. I think you should use this idea instead. number whatever. Bears eat more salmon than birds do. Bears don't crap on you while out boating or at the beach. Well, they might crap on you at the beach in theory, but very unlikely that a bear is going to shit on you if you're in a boat. Very unlikely. You would have to swim and somehow climb onto the boat to shit on you if you're in the boat. So I think we can more or less say that's impossible to happen. But if you're just on the beach, in theory, let's say you were sleeping on the beach, a bear could come over and poop on you while you're sleeping. And you might not even wake up, So it's not a clear-cut test that if something poops on you at the beach, it's necessarily a bird. But generally, probably it's going to be a bird, yeah. So that's not a bad observation. I mean, birds have beaks and bears don't. Bears have snout. Reminds me of the scene in the Flintstones movie where the pterodactyl alarm goes off right before it drops a whale-sized poop on the town. They had a pterodactyl alarm? Birds won't eat you while you're still alive. Polar bears will. Well, if there were birds that were big enough, they would eat you when you're still alive. Like, I've seen birds eat fish when they're still alive plenty of times. Bugs when they're still alive. The only reason that they don't eat us when we're still alive is because they aren't big enough to fit us down their gullet. Queen Mary is a hotel? You can stay overnight and the Queen Mary is a hotel? I had no idea. Huh. I wonder how they deal with sewage and stuff. Is it like some kind of boat septic tank or something? Well, that's interesting. Maybe next time we have to stay in a hotel in LA, we'll stay at the Queen Mary. It's probably prohibitively expensive.
It's probably like one of those places where you have to go, like, you have to, like, make a reservation year in advance.
I mean,
Unless someone
not if it's
cancels.
prohibitively expensive, they might not have to.
Oh,
make
that's
it.
true.
Yeah, if they get
But, I mean,
expensive
you would want
enough,
to do it
then.
either way. Yeah.
Our goal says no, it's not actually. Well, maybe we could go do that.
That could be fun.
I wonder if it would rock back and
I
forth
think
like
it
being on a
would,
boat.
honestly.
Does it feel like you're on a boat? But then it's permanently moored in this dock. Presumably, there's very little bit of chop there at all.
I just, like,
I could,
don't think that you can count on it not rocking.
okay, but Coles, what do you think? Do you think it feels like you're on a boat? Because I don't want to feel like I'm on a boat at all.
You might, though.
It shouldn't move that much.
I mean, not that much, but, like...
More than the harbor. Coles says no. You're not going to
Okay.
feel like you're on a boat. It's stable. They probably have it not just parked there, but they probably have it kind of locked in place more than that.
I feel like the only place where, like, it's, like, sure that there's, like, not going to be waves is, like, on a river.
Goal says it is secured, so it's not even like floating.
Okay.
Exactly.
Okay.
If it's just they've got like poles and shit that connect it to the dock or something, then it's not going to be moving at all.
You can try. Next time we're in LA.
If it doesn't move at all and I still feel seasick, then we'll know it's all in my head the whole time. Bring back coal ships. Okay, I will. I will obey you and bring back coal ships. There. Now look on the ocean. You see tall plumes of black smoke. Or is that what that's a reference to? Some sort of coal thing? Yeah, let's burn more coal. That's a good idea. There's an energy solution for you. Burn more coal. Oh, what a joke. Hello, Alex Raw. How are you? Welcome, Spain. Welcome to the live stream, all of Spain. Or as you like to call it, España. God bless you too, whatever that name says. What does it say? I don't know. I can't even read that name. Big yawn for a little Eric. So obviously, pretty obviously at this point, I'm going to be needing to go to bed relatively soon. But I think we should probably eat something too. Are you hungry?
No, not really.
I'm not hungry either. This coffee is absolutely divine.
It really is. Thank you so much, Rick.
Use a snubber on your dock line, the rubber inline wraparound system that keeps your boat from rocking it. Well, good to know, Uncle Patty. Yeah, I get very boat sick. But if they have the Queen Mary fully moored, I'm imagining it doesn't move very much. Like if you're gonna permanently park something in one place, then you're about to make one. You think I should look up how the mooring is? Okay, I will. Does the Queen Mary move in the harbor? Did not move in the harbor. That's not really what I want to know. Is like if you stay at the Queen Mary, does it feel like being on a boat? Wow, look at this 1-star review. You see the Queen Mary, does it make you feel seasick? Because the answer was yes. Being on the Queen Mary definitely gives you the strong feeling of being on the boat. The rooms are like a boat's rooms. Like, no, you dumbass. Does it make you seasick? No, stay at the Queen Mary, which is now a permanently docked hotel, does not make you seasick because it is not. Queen Mary is no longer. So I guess it can move a little bit in the water. So some people might feel a subtle rocking motion due to the
Yeah.
ship's structure and design.
Yes, and like it's in a harbor. Like harbors, like water moves.
Says you won't feel seasick while staying there. However, some people still experience slight sensations of movement.
Yeah, you do.
Huh. Let's see what this one says.
Not the Queen Mary 2.
Not the Queen Mary 2. The Long Beach Queen Mary. There's just no way. Well, let's look at this one. All right, so here's a couple of reviews. No, I don't want to. Make it go away. First of all, let me say the ship itself was an awesome place to tour. Go for a day trip, take a tour. That said, beware staying overnight. On our second morning in the room, the smoke detector was set off by steam coming from the shower. Meow, 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 meow. Bunch of stuff. Whole bunch of problems. I wrote to these people in management about these issues and got a polite response thanking me for informing them. You sound like a real pain in the butt, lady. Let's see with this one. I stayed on board the Queen Mary and was so surprised by my room. Let's see what this one says.
In this video today, we are boarding one of the most famous ships on the planet, which is now permanently docked in Long Beach, California, operating as a floating hotel. I wanted to stay on board this ship for years. Our construction started all the way back in 1930 in Clydebank in Scotland.
Let's see.
So I've always felt as compare. Now, at face value, this ship cabin actually does look pretty decent. I would say that, to be honest, in comparison to what I saw in the QE2, I'm not more in love with this, I'm not less in love with this. I think I probably preferred my room in the
Well, the
QE2.
title of this, I checked into a dirty cabin. So I guess it was dirty. Comments include, I stayed there and it's fine. My wife and I stayed for my birthday last year. I think it was fine for a night. Well, mentions of dirtiness and mold. I never stayed there, but I scouted it for filming and it smells like mold. Sad to see, but hopefully they take this as a sign to improve. The common areas and bar are well kept. Well, that was 9 months ago. And this one was also, 7 months ago or something. These aren't particularly old reviews. And they're not very positive reviews. But who knows? Maybe I'm missing out on all the positive reviews. They're called sea anchors. Talking about the things that boats drop in the water. You celebrate with children. Celebrate with children. And celebrate the time of your life. Celebrate with children. Well, let's all celebrate with children. I've got a child. We've got 2 cats. They're children as well. Okay, now it's time for me to go outside with my coffee, smoke a cigarette. You're welcome, Graham K. You are so welcome. I don't know which one it is, LGBTQIA or plus, but I am proud to represent the community in general, regardless of which one of those things it might be. I already know that I'm super plus in general. I'm not in favor of minusing. I'm in favor of plussing. I love to plus my plussy plus. A plussy plus plus plussy plus plus plus. My pants is falling down because my hips is too high. If you're like me and you suffer from high hip syndrome, you know my sorrow. You recognize the pain. It'll really hit home when I tell you these sweatpants don't have a string. Oh my God. How can you possibly wear them without a string? Well, the string got pulled out at some point or something.
Actually,
Them's a real tasty cookie. Reminds me of the ones that Auntie Grandma used to make. Auntie Grammy mother. Auntie Granny Mother's Son would be a good name for a child. Strauss. Auntie Granny Mother's Son Strauss. It really rolls off the tongue. I think anybody would be down with that name. Okay, I've got my coffee. I just had some cookies, and I'm realizing now that wasn't enough cookies. My problem was I made the mistake of thinking I had eaten enough from the pastry section. I have not. I might not have another cookie, but obviously I'll have a little muffin. Because who could deny this adorable little muffin? Mmm. Delicious. And then, just to be fair, because I don't want the raspberry cream cheese coffee cakes to feel left out, I'll have one of these as well. Mmm. Delicious. All the flavor you imagine and more. Mmm. You know what I think I should probably take? It rhymes with rantracid. This coffee's delicious, but with deliciousness comes great responsibility. He's a prodigy in music. Close your eyes. Drink some this drink, darling. Close your eyes and think about it and take a sip. Sounds like something Diddy said. No, I'm not gonna drink this drink you gave me, Diddy. I heard all about you and your ways. I assume that's Berkeley School of Music, not Cal Berkeley, that you're talking about. Well, good for him, whoever he is. This your son we're talking about? Good for him. I have eaten cake. But life's more than just eating cake, Rahul viewer. Right? It's a little annoying that you changed your name. Because I got used to Rahul Reader and then now you're Rahul Viewer. But it's fine, I'll get used to it. I'll get used to the new name. I'll tell you what I'll do. I will bring my glasses with me this time so I can actually see the chat while I'm outside smoking. Why am I doing this? Because I care about you. I care about what you have to say. I want to read your words. I want to engage with you in a way that's authentic, brings us closer together. I hope you don't mind a little closeness, because I'm really close right now. Come on, door, close. Okay, there. Now my difficult voyage with too many things in my hands has reached a peaceful conclusion. So I think some new people now live across the street because they put up Christmas lights and stuff. It doesn't seem like something you do on a vacation house. Hi, Cindy Prim. Well, good for you, Rahul Reader. Viewer. Good for you. Good for you and your ways. Cindy Prim, hello. Oh, none taken. Are you saying that this is also a little bit creepy? Is too much closeness for you? Okay, well, I'll respect your personal space a little bit more. Stand over here to the side. Hey, now I'm sneaking up on you from the side. What do you think about that? Oop, now I might even be behind you sneaking up. You gotta watch out. You better watch it. Turn around. Turn around. I'm right behind you. I could grab you at any moment. Hey, bro, do you remember me? No, I don't remember you, Wang. His inspiration is Ray Chen. I don't know who Ray Chen is or David Garrett either. It's violin. They're violin players. Yeah, it's pretty chilly out, Jason Brown. You ain't just whistling Dixie. Probably not. Wang. I probably cannot do you a favor. Almost certainly not. No, we missed it this month. I thought about it, but you know, it's tricky. Tricky to. It shouldn't be, but to keep it in mind, it changes a little bit every month, and it depends where I am in the cycle of Adderall as to whether I'm really feeling it or not. Your son plays the violin. Oh, well, good for your son. He's perfect if somebody needs a background for telling a sad story. Put on the violin though. And then this happened, and it was like so sad. Sorry you had to feed animals. Don't be sorry for feeding animals. Otherwise, how are they going to eat? I would be a great narrator for The Great Gatsby, but it's sad. Yeah, well, he plays 9 instruments. Good for him. It's a lot of instruments. I'm so very sorry. I've never been so sorry about anything. I was gone just for feeding animals. How dare I? I couldn't be any more sorry. How are the kittens? Which rhymes with mittens. Well, that sounds like you're very proud of your son, Coles. I understand that. I'm proud of my daughter, too. I have less reason to be proud of her, possibly, than you have to be proud of your son, but nevertheless. Is weed addicting? Yeah, kind of. No, sort of. It's not like you're going to go through withdrawals if you just stop smoking it. You will have like vivid dreams when you stop smoking it at first. But I don't know if I'm addicted to weed or just smoke it all day. Hard, difficult question to answer. I don't think so either, Acacia. I do not think another might be able to fathom how sincerely sorry I truly am. I can no longer stand to see my own reflection. I don't blame you, Acacia. I would feel that sorry too if I were in your shoes. I started smoking again. Money. Yeah. Rachel says the same thing as me, basically. I don't think I'm addicted to weed. I just smoke it all day. And I don't always smoke it all day. Well, I still have an 18 vape, but, you know, vaping's for pussies. I may go back to being a pussy someday, but it's like, so not as good as smoking cigarettes. Moments of Deep, Deep Regret and Sorrow, Volume 1, by Acacia. There was that one time when I just want to say right now how deeply, very sorry I am and how much I regret that. There, we're back inside the house where we belong. That's enough of that outsidery. Will you fight with me if WW3 starts? I don't want to fight with you in any context. I smoke a lot more since retiring than I ever did before. Okay, well, you and your brother's son need to go to the local library and read a book about incest and why it's bad. Go ahead. Go ahead and eat then. I have to watch you eat. This fucking cat is so bossy. Watch me, watch me. I can't eat unless you're watching me. You can eat just fine by yourself if you were sane. You were a sane cat.
ChatGPT was saying that like what we're doing by like not always like attending to his like time over there, he'll get used to being alone eating.
Okay, well, ChatGPT has never met our cat. He's more stubborn than I am is the problem, you know? When he's meowing, it's always easier short-term solution to just go watch him than it is to say no and withstand it for long periods of time. And I'm not very disciplined about resisting plaintive meows.
I'm more like I'm in here, I'll be here for a while, and then I'm going to go.
But he's so happy too. The other thing is like his tail's all curled up in happiness. Yes, you're a happy boy. What a troublesome kitty you are, though. You're just pure trouble. You write the book on how to be troublesome. Now you want to go outside, huh? All right, then you go outside. See if I care. What? He's just like, basically, it's like, I've used you for your purpose, Eric. Now I want to go outside. I feel like a whore. Oh, you're just going to eat and run, huh? Make me watch you eat and then go outside. You just harvested 180 plants of OG Chem. Nice. It's an awful late harvest. Sounds delicious. QE2. Well, that boat's still floating around doing its boat thing, you know. Anyway, I'm not particularly encouraged to stay at the Queen Mary as a hotel based on the reviews I read. Doesn't sound like that great of an experience.
I don't mean to be like a Debbie Downer.
About what?
With the Queen Mary, but
Yeah, being a Debbie Downer at all. You were just saying, no, Eric, it's still going to feel like it's on water because it is.
yeah.
It is a floating hotel, so. Oh. Oh. Ah. Well, that's some super delicious coffee on a cold winter's eve, or early morning, 4:25 in the morning now. Yeah, we've been awake all night. Every plant has its own barcode and gets scanned every time you interact with it. Okay.
Well, you could just pick it up and then put it back down.
That sounds unnecessarily complicated.
Hey, Cindy Brim.
Or are you saying that's how you keep track of, like, when you water it, when you fertilize it? You scan it and enter that code or something. Oh, I guess that makes sense. You got a shit ton of plants, you know. If you're like me and Rachel, we just have plants we're growing for our head.
I can't agree a lot
What?
about the plans coming out of my head.
There are plants coming out of your head?
I thought you were saying that's hair.
No, I was
Oh.
talking about what he's saying there about his plants that he's
Oh.
harvested.
I totally missed the mark. I didn't know what you're talking about.
I'm sorry to hear that. X past X dat X.
Sorry to hear that too.
My mom's dead too. Okay, now it's time to pull some bolts. The first of which will be pulled in honor of X past X dat X's mother. May she rest in peace.
We used to play in the laundry basket too.
This bong rip goes straight from my lungs to the afterlife.
Yeah.
To
Mine
your
too.
mom's head in the afterlife. That's all your high. I transubstantiated it. So that means I get none of the high of it. But I do all the smoke, deal with the smoke.
Same.
Well, I don't find. I mean, we didn't grow 10 plants this year, but I don't find having as many as 10 plants to be a particular lot of work. You know, I just water it every day and fertilize it occasionally, and you know, I like to look at them when they're growing, so I'll check on them frequently enough. But you know, pick leaves and stuff.
I found out that my dad's girlfriend's name isn't just Trisha, it's Patricia.
Oh well, yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. I thought it was just Trisha. Until I saw her email.
I never thought about it, but now that you mention it, do I prefer huge pancake nips or penny-sized ones? I prefer Rachel's nips.
Thank you.
My nips are even smaller than pennies. It's like a dime. That's how small my nipples are. I got dime-sized nipples, yes I do. Put 10 together and you got $1, Sue. Yes, I got dime-sized nipples. How do you do? But anyway, nobody's nipples are like pancakes. That's the areola. Who would win in a fist fight, Jeffrey Epstein or Diddy? I would guess Diddy, but I don't know. I think he normally has his thugs do most of the violence for him. He's not used to taking on anybody one-on-one in a fair fight, I don't think.
I agree.
Epstein might surprise Diddy and be tougher than Thanks. Of course, given that Epstein's dead, I would say Diddy is going to win. Epstein can't really fight back because he's dead. Do they call her Fat Patricia? As a Patrick that always. What is this? I don't know what you're talking about, Uncle Fatty. I do not know what you're talking about. I want to be in Panda Pillow Bedtime Story Fort. Well, I wouldn't mind being in Panda Pillow Bedtime Story Fort, I guess.
Me neither.
Sounds like a pretty pleasant place to be.
I've only been in a pillow fort like once as a kid.
75% of her boob was areola. Well, that's a lot of areola to boob. But, it depends on how much boob there is too, right? Like, it's more meaningful if it's 75% of a lot of boob than if it's 75% of a little boob, right? And then you're talking about a total areola size that ranges from, if you're assuming on a very large breast, and the areola size could be enormous, right? But more realistically, 75% of a smaller boob is going to be a more realistic sized areola.
I wanted to have forts with my sister, but our beds were really far apart.
I see. Neither of you had any TE, so.
No. So.
You weren't going to figure out the engineering on that one.
Yeah, no. No. Yeah, the only fort that I ever went to was at my cousin's house, because my cousin on my had a lot of cousins on both sides of the family, so we were the younger ones, so the older cousins were making the fort so that we could all fit in it. So that we made this huge fort in the middle, and then once they were done making the fort and testing it, they had to leave. It was fun though.
Girl on the couch is my lovely wife, Rachel. AKA girl on the couch.
I like that.
It's not a terrible thing to call you, I guess.
I am usually on the couch.
It's accurate. You are a girl on the couch.
Yeah.
If your nips look like waffles, seek medical attention. I'm assuming that's good advice. As far as I know, my nips have never looked like waffles.
Adventure Time. I don't know if I've seen the Pillow Fort episode.
The thing is, I'd like my fort to be a little less soft edged than that. I'd like it to be made of giant stone walls and have a moat around it, a drawbridge, some turrets, places to shoot arrows out of at people down below. That's a more proper fort. The problem with forts made out of pillows is they're easy to conquer, You don't even have to lay siege to them. You just go right and knock them over.
You and I could play cars together, because what I would do was get a Polly Pocket, and Polly Pockets fit into Hot Wheel cars, so we would be able to play cars together.
Well, my thoughts on gross gays. And same as on gross anybody, right? Gross people are gross. Okay. You're getting timed out, and probably you'll be hidden for being a hateful schmateful. Lucy in the Sky with Diamonds? I haven't taken any Lucy in the Sky with Diamonds, if that's what you're asking.
Oh, it stands for LSD? I never knew that.
You never knew that?
No, I fucking never knew that.
Yeah, it's all about acid.
I had no idea.
Wow, I can't believe you didn't know
No.
that. Now do the lyrics make more sense, probably, huh?
Yeah, I always thought it was about like John Lennon was inspired by a drawing that his son made.
I think that's just what he said, but yeah. Picture yourself in a boat on a river.
With something, plasticine or something. I don't know the actual lyric. With looking past the sky.
I'll look up the lyrics to it.
It's a very wordy one.
Picture yourself on a boat on a river with tangerine trees and marmalade skies. Somebody calls you, you answer quite slowly. A girl with kaleidoscope eyes. Cellophane flowers of yellow and green, towering over your head. Look for the girl with the sun in her eyes, and she's gone. Lucy in the sky with diamonds. Lucy in the sky with diamonds. Lucy in the sky with diamonds. Ah, down to a bridge by a fountain where rocking horse people eat marshmallow pies. Everyone smiles as you drift past the flowers that grow so incredibly high. Newspaper taxis appear on the shore, waiting to take you away. Climb in the back with your head in the clouds and you're gone.
Lucy in the sky with diamonds.
Exactly. It's clearly about being on acid.
Yeah, clearly.
So it would be nice to take some acid. I wouldn't mind taking some acid. If I got the right acid from the right person, had faith in it, that was taking the amount I wanted to take. That'd be good.
We all live in a yellow submarine. Yellow submarine. Yellow submarine.
Wow.
We all live in a yellow submarine. Yellow submarine. Yellow submarine. I love that song. Let's all get up and dance to a song that
was a hit before your mother was born. Though she was born a long, long time ago, your mother should know. Your mother should know. That's a good song. Sing it again. Let's all get up and dance to a song that was a hit before your mother was born. Though she was born a long, long time ago, your mother should know. Your mother should know. Your mother should know. Your mother should know. It's a very good song, but it doesn't really. It needs another part to it, you know.
Maybe that's why
Seems like it does kind of.
John called it grandma music.
I don't think it was because of that.
I know. I don't really think that.
Yeah, this is pretty good homegrown, Jason Brown. Right here we've got a mix of Northern Lights and Gorilla Glue number 4. Mostly what we have is Jack Herrera and Super Skunk. We also have some cherry pie.
Let's all get up and dance to the song that was there.
Right, the other parts of that song. I mean, I don't know. I'm assuming that the reason that he didn't write out part 2 is because nothing presented itself as
Yeah,
the right
probably
thing, you know.
No.
It's a weirdly constructed song, right? It's this one thing, but it's kind of got different parts to it. But it's not really, no part to it is really the bridge or the chorus or the verse or whatever. Is her foot bruised? No,
No.
her foot's not bruised. I don't think so.
Maybe.
No, they probably just want to see your feet.
Oh.
Probably just a trick to get to see your feet. Now that I think about it. Nirvana's overrated. You'd agree, right, Eric? Rachel? Trouble, stop it. You need to stop that shit right now. Trouble. What's something I can throw at this cat? Trouble.
Ooh.
Hey. You're a bad kitty. Shoot. Yeah. Get away. I'm sorry, Capito. Your brother's a bad kitty. He needs to learn some lessons about manners. They had one good album. I'm not so much interested in how many good albums they had as like more in the of the good songs they have, what's the durability of them? Like, are they still gonna be sung and stuff 100 years from now? And I think, as far as most bands are lucky if they can come up with one such song that has lasting
Trouble.
Trouble. Leave her alone. Go, get up, get away. This cat.
Oh.
Just go away. Yeah, I know. Just go.
Oh.
No, you go away and leave your sister
I'm
alone.
not gonna watch you eat. I'll get more coffee. Stand with him.
Horrible cat.
Seriously, go. Just go.
I have only one question. Are you happy? Yeah, I'm happy. How about you?
Come on, Trouble.
The real question is, what kind of songwriter was Kurt Cobain? I think he was a very good songwriter, and there are plenty of things that he did that are, I think, qualify as timeless shit. Like, Polly Want a Cracker, that song. That's really, that thing is, I'm so happy, and today I'm in my friends in my head. So that bass line and that melody really just those it's not that often that you clearly remember like the bass line of something that's just it's a great bass line. So I don't necessarily think they're overrated, but I think if they're overrated at all, it's only because
Come as you are too. Even though he lied in it.
what do you mean he
Like,
lied?
and I swear that I don't have a gun. Although maybe he didn't at the time of writing it.
Oh, I never thought about that.
I like the one that's like all apologies too, because I feel like as an INFJ, like you're always like, oh, I'm sorry.
That's a good song too. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's another good, really memorable like guitar part. So they got a lot of good songs. They're very good. We do indeed. Also, as his mom said, we also have player music too. But my Bakshmaki. I don't think he faked his death.
No, me neither.
And I don't think that Courtney Love explicitly murdered him.
No. But if like you could go back in time, I would tell him.
You get, mister. Sorry, Rachel. I'll come back in a second. I'm getting this cramp right here in my back. It's frustrating. Oh, crampity cramp. Stop crimpity cramping my style. Oh. Maybe I just need to drink more water or something. Or have a banana. That's something my mom said you should do if you have cramps is you should eat a banana because it has potassium. Is it true? I don't know. I mean, it's true that bananas have potassium.
Mm-hmm.
But whether or not that's good for a cramp, I don't know.
It's supposed to be. Runners say that.
Do they?
Yeah.
Well, sounds like old mom was right. Jason Brown says, I don't think. Yes, I remember you, Brienne's talk and play. Doesn't matter if you haven't seen me in a while. I still remember you. You have a very memorable name.
Well, I think she like made his life a living hell. Like he was like, not dealing with things. I don't know. It's weird. It's a weird recollection. Like I saw this movie about the day before he died, and like he was hanging out with like Weezer. Like he was friends with Weezer.
Really?
Yeah.
It seems odd that he would go from hanging out with Weezer one day to self-deleting the next day.
Yeah.
Well, I guess, it's a bit of a mystery. Jason Brown says he thinks that she knows what happened but didn't kill him, which suggests, of course, that the conventional narrative that we've been told was not what actually happened.
Hmm.
Prince, best guitar player before he passed away? Maybe the case. But not really meaningful. Like, there's no good that comes from being like the best guitarist, right? You have to be a good artist, and Prince was a good artist in general, but um,
Yeah, he was.
but it wasn't because he was a good guitarist.
I think he like constructed well.
What's up with the bin next to the girl? You mean the trash can? That's Rachel's trash can.
Yeah.
It's so she can easily throw things away.
Mm-hmm.
I have my trash can over here
So
as
you
well,
can.
so I can easily throw things away
Yeah.
because we're ergonomically structured like that. Mad skills, guitar and sing, and play the keyboards. That's Prince. Prince was good,
Yeah, he was good.
You want to talk about somebody who's probably a little overrated? I would say Prince was a little overrated.
Yeah.
But he does also have some really good songs, like
Yeah, he does.
Raspberry Beret,
Yeah,
Little
the
Red
Raspberry.
Corvette,
Yeah.
just Go Crazy, 1999. I don't love Purple Rain.
I don't either.
I don't.
It's too long.
I don't love Doves Cry.
Oh, I don't like that at all.
But Kiss is a good song.
I don't know Kiss.
Don't need your sympathy
And
to turn me on.
yes.
I just need your sympathy. And I really wish to be my girl. You don't need to be cool to rule my world in no particular time. Just need your extra time and your kiss. That's a good song.
That is a good song.
So, I mean, we've listed a lot of good Prince songs.
Yeah, so we have, I'd say he's on par with Nirvana.
And we still haven't talked about his number one best song of all.
Yeah, I know.
And that, of course, is Darling Nikki.
Mm-hmm.
That's his best song.
You introduced me to that song. I never heard it before.
That's so iconic. Like, there's not. I can't. It doesn't even. I can't even think of any other song that sounds like that or anything. It's just so its own thing. Darling Nikki is such a great. It's just a triumph of composition. I don't even know how. What are the chords of that song? It's some just mysterious combination of weirdness. Let's see. See if this actually plays properly like this or what. Knew a girl named Nikki, I guess you could say she was a sex fiend. Met her in a hotel lobby, masturbating to a magazine. She said, how'd you like to waste some time? And I could not resist when I saw little Nikki grind. She took me to her castle. She took me to her castle. Couldn't believe my eyes. She had so many devices, everything that money could buy. She said, sign your name on the dotted line. Lights went out and Nikki started to grind. I'm not entirely sure the chords on this are exactly right, but it's approximately right. Like B, G, E, B, F sharp, G. It's a strange chord progression. Wham, wham. Something like that. Anyway, it's a really great song.
It is.
It's put together in a way that, you know, it doesn't intuitively. Like, I don't grasp how it was composed very immediately, which is a sign of usually a song that I really am impressed by. But, you know, later on in life, Prince wouldn't play that song. He said it was like against his religion or whatever. Like, get your religion out of here. Just play the song, dickwad.
Or don't start playing it.
Yeah, don't do what he did in concert for sure. You know, I saw him in concert and he teased the audience. He started playing it and he's basically like, psych. Oh, I don't play that anymore. Well, then don't fucking tease us like that.
Mm-hmm.
Dick. Why do you, as Jehovah's Witnessiness, approve of you teasing us like that? But it doesn't approve of you playing the song. How about that, Mr. Prince?
I want to sing Allentown.
Allentown. Not sure how that even goes. Let's see.
It's not one of his, like,
Who's it by?
Billy Joel.
Allentown. Is it one word?
Yeah.
Pew, 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 pew. What's going on here? Where is the option to have? I don't want tabs. I want chords. Well, not this version of it, obviously. Let's try. This one seems to be the most successful. Okay. I mean, it doesn't really matter because just imagining singing this, right? I don't know the song well enough to play it. I could play the guitar, I guess. How does it go?
Well, we're living here in Allentown. closing all the factories down. Out in Bethlehem, they're killing time, filling out forms, standing in line. Well, our fathers fought the Second World War.
Spent their weekends on the Jersey Shore.
Met our mothers at the USO, asked them to dance with them slow. And we're living here in Allentown. But the restlessness was handed down. And it's getting very hard to stay.
I am familiar with this song.
Oh.
It's very much a boomer song, you know. Our parents fought in World War II or something.
And it talks about like Allentown was like this booming town when like steel was really big, but then like became.
It's a song that generally evokes, I think, existential terror about the passage of time.
Mm.
You know, watch how you're going to spell that copy.
Thank you.
Because, like, it makes me think Billy Joel's a boomer, and, you know, when he was writing this a long time ago, it was relevant to his parents, who were accordingly older than my parents, but, you know, it just, all this whole stuff seems so distant in history, right? But it's very relevant to the life experience of this guy who's still alive, and in fact still making new music.
Yeah. It's like a song that isn't about Long Island either. Like most of his songs, even Italian restaurant, scenes from Italian restaurant, like the song, it's like takes place in a real place.
Where is Allentown?
Pennsylvania. My roommate Amanda Blanco, she lived in Allentown.
Allentown, Pennsylvania, huh?
Yeah.
Did she like that song?
I don't know. I never asked her. It never even came to my mind.
Did she say stuff that suggested that Allentown, as she experienced it, was like the Allentown of the song?
No. She liked Allentown.
She liked Allentown.
Yeah, yeah.
She didn't mention all the factories shutting down?
No.
Maybe she wasn't keeping track of the factories.
Yeah, maybe not.
I'm going to go smoke a cigarette outside. You continue explaining about Allentown to people.
Allentown is 30 minutes from Kutztown.
Which, by the way, made Sports Center the other day.
Yeah.
On the losing end of...
But still was on TV. Like, whoa.
Yeah. What was your mascot again?
The Golden Bears.
Golden Bears, right. Sturdy Golden Bears. Kutztown. Who were you playing against again? Do you remember the name of their school? I don't remember it either. It was something like, I want to say a Scarlet Water or something.
Oh, I don't know.
But that can't be right.
I really don't know.
Let me get this important accoutrement here. That's lighter. Okay, I'm sorry about your evil brother trouble.
So yeah, in my junior and senior year of college, I moved out of campus and lived with a girl named Amanda Blanco who lived in Allentown, Pennsylvania. She liked it. She had a nice house. Funny enough, my dad, when he was looking for jobs, told me that on his interview that the person who was interviewing him said that he had daughters who went to Kutztown, And I'm like, really? And he's like, yeah. I was like, what is their last name? Like, it sounds really like small. Like if it's a common name, like I'll know it. And he's like, Blanco. And I'm like, Dad, that's my roommate. Like, that's my roommate's dad. Small world, right? Holkatosis, Holkatosis of the hindquarters variety. Yeah. I took a ridiculously long test on similar minds before, and it wasn't about like it was. I don't know what it was called. It was so long. Advanced Global Personality Test results. Hi, the man with the great machete. The gluteal muscles, muscles, are a muscle group that consisting of the gluteus maximus, largest and thereby strongest muscle in the body, gluteus medius, gluteus minimus, and tensor fascia latae muscles. Googled. Keister climbing. I like that. That's the name for it. I sing to Eric in Adventure Time when, like, what's his name? Jake the dog and Finn the human. When Finn turns as a baby and he's like, I'm a buff baby that could dance like a man. I can shake in my fanny, I can shake in my cans. I'm a real tootin' baby, I'm gonna punch all your buns. Punch all your buns, I can punch all your buns. Yeah, Finn. And Eric was like, I could see myself like making a song like that. Adventure Time is cool. I always enjoyed it. I would like get high in my room and watch it like back to back to back. Yes, exactly. It's so funny. 5 exercises to strengthen your pelvic floor: Kegels, bridge pose, squats, pelvic tilts, bird dog. Googled. You know who I thought like was really funny was Princess the purple cloud. Princess, what's her name? She talks like that. Oh man. It is a knobbing call. Yes, Princess Lumpy. Lumpy Princess. Lumpy Princess. Yes. Lumpy Space Princess. Yes. That princess knows her worth. I'll show you what Lumpy Space Princess looked like so you guys have an idea. Lumpy Space
And you stay inside.
Princess.
Foxman. Good morning, Foxman. Are you more man or more fox? What are you looking at?
Lumpy Space Princess.
Lumpy Space Princess.
Yeah, she's from Adventure Time. This is Lumpy Space Princess. She's got attitude.
Yeah, she does have a lot of attitude. I can see that. She seems like a saucy miss.
She really is. I mean, look at this sass.
I'll need to get my glasses to fully appreciate the sass. It's just your name. Okay, fair enough. Wow, look at that sassy attitude. This whole hand thing with the hand, arm on the hip. She's this real sass machine. More fantastic, more amazing, or more flabbergasting? You decide. What do you think the answer is? Is this live stream more amazing, more fantastic, or more flabbergasting?
More fantastic.
That's a good poll question.
That is a good poll question.
Let's see. This live stream is ... Fantastic. Option 2. Amazing. Add option. Flabbergasting. All right, those are your choices. Fantastic, amazing, or flabbergasting. You be the judge. You be the judge. I mean, I'm pretty continually flabbergasted. Right now, I'm discussing, Foxman, the extent to which I'm flabbergasted by the amazing fantasticness of this live stream. Which I think you're probably experiencing the same thing right now. A mix of between amazement and flabbergastery, with a smidge or maybe more of fantasticness. So, you know, given the soup of amazing, fantastic flabbergastery we've got going on, it's inevitable that we discuss it. You know, it's washing over all of us every minute of every day right now, for as long as this live stream lasts. It's off the chain, as Uncle Fatty says. It's also off the hook, off the hizzy, off the chizzy. I just ripped the bong. Yeah, I did rip the bong recently, but I think I'm going to rip it again. It's good reminding me.
It is.
Good job. I give you a round of applause for reminding me. So, nobody got high just sitting around not smoking bong rips. It's off the chain, right? It's on the chain. It's off the hook, but it's on the chain. It's off the hook and the chain, but it's on the the leash. It's another thing besides hook and chain. It could be on. It could be on a boat. This is off the boat.
It's off the boat.
straight up and flat out off the boat. All right. So no matter what thing this is off or on, it's time to pull this bong out. This is on the chain wax. What's the chain wax? There we go. Now that's a fully ripped bong. I'm not a grandfather, YOLO 96. All right. I have a daughter who was born in 98. And she has no children. Ergo, I am not a grandfather. So take that, Mr. YOLO 96.
You're a cat grandfather.
I'm a cat grandfather? Oh, yeah. Well, yeah, she does have a cat. But I would think, ideally, the term cat grandfather would refer to if she had my cat's kid. If she had my cat's kitten, you know. Like, let's say Capio was not fixed, and Capio had a litter of kittens, and then Delilah got one of those kittens. That would be the ideal use of the term cat grandfather, because then the kitten would be also, well, I guess it would just be the daughter of this cat, though.
Mm-hmm.
You need to have another generation in there. Never mind. Never mind about that line of thinking. You just became a grandpa 8 days ago? Well, congratulations, Uncle Fatty.
She's a cat mama. Therefore, you're a cat grandfather.
Right, makes sense. I'm the grandfather to her cat, yes. But that's the only grandfatherhood I like. And my grandchild cat doesn't really like me that much. He's super weird, neurotic, and like attached to Delilah and not used to other people and stuff. You know, he sees me as invading on his woman.
He shows off for me, but like when I go to pet him, he like put his arm up, and I was like, oh. And Delilah was like, oh, he doesn't usually do that. I was like, it's okay. Like, he's just telling me.
You know, gee, you ask a very valid question. Where is the tremendous option?
That's true.
This live stream is tremendous. Well, I'm sorry, it's too late now to add a tremendous option, but you got a granddaughter in the books and a grandson in a few weeks. You must have more than one child. That's history's quickest pregnancy.
I like yellow cake with like chocolate frosting.
Amazing is losing a lot
It really is.
to fantastic and flabbergasted,
Wow.
which you're tied at 45%. So interesting. People note that it's fantastic and it's flabbergasting, but they aren't. Nevertheless, they are not amazed. Well, I guess it's a little more difficult to amaze somebody than it is for them to find something fantastic or to be flabbergasted. Hope she is a tomboy so she can have fun with your inherited stuff. That's morbid. You would have to be more Spider-Man-esque. I would. In order to be amazing? Oh, I see.
Oh,
okay.
the Amazing Spider-Man.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, it does make sense.
I could also, you might say, like, would you call the Grand Canyon amazing?
Yeah, probably.
It seems kind of what's something that you're very likely to call amazing instead of something else?
The pyramids.
The pyramids. Huh. Pyramids, they're probably pretty amazing. I was actually thinking like seeing all these celebrities put in jail would be amazing.
That would be amazing.
You know. So amazing, it seems to have a quality of you have to be shocked that it actually happens. This thing in front of you is like it's got the kind of like no way quality. Whereas flabbergasted though, but isn't that just extra amazed? Let's see what the internet says the definition of flabbergasted is. Define flabbergasted. Greatly surprised or astonished.
It's the same. Oh.
Define amazed.
Also,
Greatly surprised, astonished. What was the previous one? Greatly surprised or astonished. That had exactly the same definition as amazed.
Yeah.
Huh.
So they're synonyms.
What do you think? What do you think? What do you think? I guess conveys that. It conveys more amazement. Is it amazed or flabbergasted? Amazing is played out. I think in general, flabbergasted suggests more amazement than just regular amazement. Well, if you're flabbergasted to the point of dumbness, then you become dumbfounded.
That's true.
Yeah. Flabbergasted is more like gobsmacked.
No, we literally just looked up the definition of amazed and flabbergasted.
Well, I think she's saying there's a connotation of flabbergasted meaning more feel foolish. I don't agree with that. It didn't say that. Well, I know it didn't say that, but you could still make an argument that something is connotatively something other than the like for example, promiscuous might mean ample in going about its business or something. It actually doesn't necessarily mean sexually promiscuous.
That's why they say sexually promiscuous.
Right. But if you use the word promiscuous, because it's so generally used with sexually, people are going to assume you mean things that aren't the dictionary definition of it, right? So it could be possible to say that what I'm arguing is that flabbergasted conveys more amazement than just amazing, but there's not, even though the dictionary definition doesn't say that. But I think what Winston's mom arguing here is not correct.
I just believe what Google Dictionary says, that they have the same definition.
Well, they do have the same dictionary definition. It's their denotative definition. But there's also connotative, which means the way that they're used that differs from, or meanings that differ from the actual definition.
Yeah, because I would say like, oh my gosh, I'm flabbergasted if like.
So like rebel has a different connotation than disobey, even though they might mean the same thing in a given situation, right?
Definition.
Mother told me to do meow, but I rebelled and refused, but I disobeyed. those have just they have different connotations because in the first one the connotation is implies some just uprising against against an oppressor, whereas in the second one it depends on the context a lot, but in general it's assumed that you should have obeyed in that context and you didn't.
Yeah.
So that's what the connotative differences are. But I think Winston's mom is wrong about the connotative differences here. I don't think those connotations are anything but things particular to her. I think gobsmacked, flabbergasted, they both have the same connotation of very amazed without any specifics of like, I feel foolish or how dare you. Every day I'm grundling. You very well might be depending on how low your flabbers are gasted. Well, I would say the degree of gasting that my flabbers are experiencing ranges from medium to high, with occasional moments of very high. With a gas rating of 142, which is quite high if you know about gas ratings.
Yeah, I agree, man, with the great machete.
Gobsmacked does sound as a word like you took a brick to the face, but ultimately, I think it's going to have the same meaning as flabbergasted and amazing.
You think?
Well, let's look it up. Gobsmacked.
Astonished.
Utterly astonished, astounded.
Wow, it's even more than.
It's a little bit different.
Yeah.
I was greatly surprised or astonished.
Yeah, so it's a little bit more like gobsmacked is more than flabbergasted, really.
I'd say utterly astonished is more than greatly surprised or astonished. This is utterly astonished or astounded. So I guess astounded is more than astonished. Let's see what astounded means. So I guess gobsmacked is a little extra astounded. Shocked or great surprise.
That's.
It's just, yeah, these words basically all mean the same thing. But gobsmacked does seem to get a little extra oomph on the amount of astonishment you experience. Stop smacking my gobs, y'all. You guys need to stop smacking my gobs and gassing my flabbers. Please make a chart of, the levels of amazement. You go from like surprised, I guess, at the bottom, or startled maybe. Startled is the bottom level of amazement. And you work your way out all the way up to gobsmacked, I guess, at the top. Is there something that's more powerful as an adjective than gobsmacked? Like, is astounded? But see, gobsmacked, one of the synonyms is astounded, utterly astonished. So it's suggested there that utterly astonished is the same as astounded. So anything else mean astounded? Let's do this. Let's do synonyms for astounded.
I was astonished when I learned that my mom had a key to the outside under something that looked like a rock the whole time. Like, she took our house key and she hid it from me.
Oh my
and
God.
she let me know. I was astonished. I was like, "Are you fucking serious?" She caught herself.
Amazed, astonish, stagger,
Stagger.
surprise, startle, stun, confound, dumbfound, stupefy, daze, nonplus, throw, shake, unnerve. What about gobsmacked? Leave aghast, cast off balance, stop someone in their tracks, take by surprise, flabbergast. There's
There's
flabbergast.
flabbergast.
But where's gobsmacked?
Yeah.
Bowl over, blow someone's mind, blow away. Confounded is not really a synonym for astounded. That's silly. What's the most amazing word? I think we're just gonna have to go with gobsmacked. I don't know. What's more amazed? Gobsmacked or dumbfounded? Let's Google that question. Okay, fine. What's more amazed? Gobsmacked or dumbfounded? Gobsmacked and dumbfounded are essentially considered equal in terms of expressing extreme amazement. So neither is definitively more amazed than the other. Okay, well, thanks, Google AI, but I want to know what word it expresses the most amazement. Well, I guess we'll never know. I guess gobsmacked and dumbfounded are the same. Is there another gobsmacked or flabbergasted? Let's see what it says to this question. Flabbergasted. Gobsmacked is generally considered to be slightly more amazed than flabbergasted. Wow. But equal to
Wow.
dumbfounded.
Really?
Yeah, but equal to dumbfounded.
Wow. Gobsmacked. So gobsmacked and
Dumbfounded are more amazed than flabbergasted. Well, to verify this, to check it, let's now ask, it should, if it's correct, it should say, when I put dumbfounded here, that in fact, dumbfounded also is more amazed than flabbergasted. Between dumbfounded and flabbergasted generally conveys a strong sense of amazement. Okay, well, how can that be if dumbfounded and gobsmacked have the same amount of amazement?
Yeah.
How can that be? What's more amazed? Dumbfounded, flabbergasted, or gobsmacked? We're going to get to the bottom of this. Gobsmacked is the most extreme expression of surprise or astonishment.
Oh, so it is.
Goes, and according to this says, amazed, a strong word, it can denote a milder level of surprise or wonder. Dumbfounded suggests being so surprised that you're left speechless or confused. Flabbergasted indicates a high level of astonishment, but might not be quite as intense as gobsmacked. Gobsmacked implies utter shock and amazement, often used to convey the strongest level of surprise among these options. So there you have it. It goes amazed, dumbfounded, flabbergasted, gobsmacked.
Well, in that order with those like explanations, I was more dumbfounded with my mom than flabbergasted.
Yeah, well, I know you're telling a story about being dumbfounded. I just hear the story as, oh my God, your horrible, horrible mother, her horrible mistreatment of you. What a terrible, terrible thing.
Well, I don't live with her anymore.
That's true. That doesn't make the way she treated you any less horrible.
Thanks. I mean, I really was like, why are you grilling me? And then making me feel guilty at the end, and like,
She's a weird fucking control freak. Probably still is, but horrible, horrible.
I told my dad, it was like, I didn't get into everything, but I told him, I was like, she got like upset with me about like the house not moving along, and then we changed plans and we're not doing the Airbnb, we're going to do a monthly rental. And he was like, you don't have a mortgage to pay on it, right? I was like, no. He's like, then you guys don't have a problem. Because, SE.
Oh, yeah. Your mom just is a weirdo who, I don't know, wants to abuse you in various ways, one way or another. Dumbfounded, realizing you're not as smart as you gave yourself credit for. I mean, like, I found my dumbness. That's not a bad definition of that,
No.
I guess. Acacia's 100. Maybe a 100-year-old might do what? Nobody uses what word very often. What are some other words for amazed that one might use? Like shocked, astounded. I wonder if you gave it all those words, they'd make a whole.
Oh my god, exactly, Ruben R. Dumbfounded, surprised by how your NI whiffed.
Yeah.
Well,
Or potentially your NE.
yeah.
Okay, you didn't anticipate something. It was a possibility.
Oh,
You
yeah,
should have
I definitely
anticipated
didn't
a possibility.
anticipate it.
Yeah.
No. You're right, Acacia. NIB within.
Everything whiffs on some of the time. SI whiffs sometimes, NI whiffs sometimes. NE whiffs, SE whiffs.
It's true.
You know, sometimes try to take action and it just makes things worse. It's SE whiffing.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes TE whiffs and you realize, oh shit, I gotta take this whole thing apart and because I missed this important thing in step 2.
Mm.
Or SE literally whiffs, you're trying to hit a ball. Yeah, that's another way to put it.
Yeah.
Sometimes you can't think of anything to say that's any within too, And
Yeah, because I'm any ignoring, so.
yeah, well, I wasn't talking about you specifically, but like by anybody. But for example, any polar person will have a great deal of trouble thinking of something to say, or even like commenting at any length on something somebody else says, but anybody can potentially not know what to say in a given moment, including any Dom,
Yeah.
There's SE can intrude in your world, the world of words, so much that you just
Oh yeah, that's me. Yeah.
Amusing douchebaggery. Amusing douchebaggery?
Bushbaggery?
Amuse bouchery. Get your amuse bouchery out of here.
Amuse bouchery.
You bougie boutique. Get your bougie boutique amuse bouchery out of here.
That's a good any right there.
Yeah, that's some extroverted intuition. Predicated, of course, on Winston's mom's mentioning of amuse bouchery. Amuse bouche. What is that, like a little hors d'oeuvre? They don't call it hors d'oeuvre anymore, they call it amuse bouche.
Amuse bouche.
Amuse bouche?
Amuse bouche.
Is that what it is?
Yeah.
Soup lips. No, I don't want soup lips as an appetizer. These are the lips of a cow that have been, tender souped into a soupy kind of gelatin. You just eat them. Soup lips, we call them. That sounds like a pretty gross dish, really. But it kind of sounds good. What do you think about soup lips? Cut the lips off of the cow and you braise them very slowly into like a soupy quality, but you serve them as like a liquid infused gelatin, but still looking like lips on the plate. Make them in a kissy shape. I like it. Soup lips. That would be his title on the menu. Soup lips. It'll be the hottest item in town.
Can I like cut it horizontally?
You can eat it however you want. It'll be extremely popular on Valentine's Day. Everyone would come in and get the soup lips.
Yeah.
And it would be, you could put some food coloring in it to make it extra red.
They'll be amazed.
Right.
Will the lips that will be taken from the cow be like ethically treated well before the killing?
It will be butchered like any other cow.
Yeah,
right, after it's dead. But
like fed like good like green.
yes, it's a wonderfully happy cow until it gets butchered. Okay, but once it's dead, that's when they cut the lips off of it. Okay.
I know. That's all I care about is that
It's a very happy cow.
Yeah.
When they asked it before he butchers it, do you want to live some more? Or are you ready to die? And it said, no, I'm ready to go.
Yeah, I think it is too, though.
It's my time.
I think that's what they go through.
So anyway, having come to the end of its time, it went on to the butchering factory where they killed it, because that's what it wanted. And then after it was dead, they chopped up all the pieces of it, including separating the lips and setting them aside for our restaurant where we make soup lips. That's the name of the restaurant too, is Soup Lips.
That's easy to remember.
You want your final purpose to be a set of delicious soupy soup lips? I mean, Soup Lips can open up next door to Food Cube.
Yeah.
Which is also next door to Food Cube Caliente.
Food Cube Caliente, tell me, I don't think I know.
It's just like regular Food Cube, but it's with a spicy Mexican flavor.
Very smart.
Yeah.
So novel.
For people who don't want either Food Cube or Food Cube Caliente, then they can go to Soup Lips. And we'll also have nearby more than just condiments. So,
Whoa.
because you know, if you want to go through your soup lip drive-through and get your regular soup lips, then you go to more than just condiments. You go through their drive-through and you get special mustards and ketchups and stuff.
Cool. I would try different flavors.
Yeah, all your aiolis if you're into mayonnaise stuff.
No, I would do like buffalo flavored, like fried,
Well, you know, more than just condiments. The motto is get your you haven't you're not done getting fast food till you've been through more than just condiments.
it's true.
And you can get every condiment you want there.
Ugh.
So, like, you want maple syrup on your hamburger, and the
Peanut butter jelly.
place you go doesn't have maple syrup, or you want authentic maple syrup and they only have fake maple syrup. So then you go to more than just condiments, and you can get deluxe premium maple syrup for, you know, $40 an ounce or something. Any condiment you can think of, really, and it's more than just condiments. Okay, they also have things like napkins and stuff.
That's good to go with condiments.
Yeah, in case you need to clean up after yourself. They've got things like things that you might qualify as sauces, really more than condiments. You know.
Oh yeah, I'm thinking
Things
sauces.
like barbecue sauce,
Mm-hmm.
you know, teriyaki sauce. So it's more than just condiments. They've got, I think it's fair to say, a little bit of side dish stuff like pickled carrots and pickled cucumbers.
Ooh, pickled cabbage. Like, you know,
Pickled
like the red cabbage.
Yeah, you can get that more than just condiments.
That's what was like at the boat, right? They have that.
Yeah, that was delicious.
That was good. That's what I'm thinking.
Their red cabbage is delicious. Well, it's not as delicious as the red cabbage at more than just condiments. You might say, wow, I thought you just did condiments. Nope, it's in the name. It's more than just condiments. So whatever you didn't get enough of at your fast food place, you go to more than just condiments, you get more salt packets, you get ketchup packets, any number of things for a low, low price. For the low, low price of $49.99. Jägermeister translates to hunter master. Well, that seems like a very manly position. Hunter master. Not just a hunter. He's the master of all the hunters. Hustling, crying. All right, well, you hustle, you cry. I'm going to bustle and buy. Jaegers and gatherers. Seems like everybody did all their evolving during the hunter-gatherer times. 56 different herbs, blossoms, roots, and fruits from across the world are used in the production, among them saffron, cinnamon bark, and ginger roots, as well as associated herbs. To produce what? Jägermeister? Well, yachty da Jägermeister with your 56 different yes. Good for you. I could put a whole bunch of different shit into a pot too, you know. Thunderstruck. Thank you, Acacia. I don't think we've come up with Thunderstruck before. Thunderstruck. 50% yes, 50% no. Nobody's. Now that we've learned more about the shittiness of Amazing, fortunately, people are backing away from it. Why be amazed when you can be flabbergasted? If I had known then what I know now, I would have included on there gobsmacked. Gobsmacking. Underberg is a German herbal liqueur and digestif that can be consumed straight or used in cocktails. Well, good for Underberg. Your mom's face can also be consumed straight or used in cocktails. Did you know that? I don't think so. Now you do. You're welcome. I'm a teacher. I teach. That's what I do. Y'all ever seen Gobsmack Live? No. Is that like a YouTube channel or something? Talking about the band Gobsmack? Is there a band Gobsmack? Who is the thunder god? Zeus? Well, I think you're thinking maybe about Thor, but in Greek mythology, yes, Zeus is the one who threw down the thunderbolts, aka lightning bolts. The band Gobsmack. No, I couldn't sing a Gobsmack song if you paid me $1 billion. Although if you gave me some heads up, I would learn one for $1 billion. It wouldn't even really require $1 billion. You could probably bargain me down from that a little bit if you'd like. How much would it cost, Eric, for you to learn a Gobsmack song? The answer is, if I'm being honest, less than $1 billion. How many hundreds of million are you trying to shave off the $1 billion starting price? You're gonna try to aim for half price, get it for just $500 million. That'd be a good deal. That's 50% off. The cult of Underberg. What is in the tiny brown bottles? I want to look about this. That's interesting.
It is interesting.
What's inside tiny brown bottles? You've got my interest. Let's find out.
Yeah, let's find out. Will we be gobsmacked?
The cult of Underberg. What is in the tiny brown bottles? Huh. Let's show you guys the picture. Okay, stop. Just enough with your advertisements. What is in these tiny brown bottles? I've never seen these things
Me
before.
neither.
Okay, let's find out what it says. Unwrap the brown paper. Unscrew the plastic green cap. Slap the little amber bottle down on the table. Pick it up with your mouth and let the collection of bitters and herbs and this digestive drip down your throat. You've just drunk an Underberg. Well, what is this mysterious liquid? For use now in America, these bottles have graced tables at beer bars, etc. This German digestif has been around for 175 years. In Europe, people sip the herbal bitters after a meal, not taken like a shot, as Americans would want to do. It's got pure herbal bitter consisting of natural herbal extracts, alcohol, and water. Well, I cannot drink it then.
Nope.
It's got alcohol in it. It's a favorite among industry folks to nurse a hangover. Well, it's because it's more alcohol. He launched his company. Been a fan of juniper flavored gin, and herbal drinks made with it. He had trouble finding a consistent, delicious product. He created his own, focused on high quality ingredients production methods. The mission is written right into Underberg's creed, known as Semper Item, which is always the same quality and effect. The secret techniques used to make Underberg have been passed through 5 generations, and it's still a secret today. Underberg is a herb bitters taken for digestion. It is not a beverage. Not to be supped, but taken all at once and quickly because of its aromatic and strong taste. Is it a spirit, a bitter, a liqueur, a digestif? Technically, yes, all the above. Bottle of 44% alcohol.
Whoa.
So 88 proof. That's pretty high proof.
Wow.
It's like a shot of liquor. The only reason it's so popular was it's got this weird little bottle.
Yeah.
It positions itself as something other than a shot of liquor.
Yeah, why?
Well, it makes it stand out, right? It's not liquor for drinking, it's medical liquor. That's basically a shtick, right?
Mm-hmm.
Titmouse has a strong name. Nobody's going to dispute that Titmouse is a this well-named creature. But, also nobody's going to dispute that Lake Titicaca is a well-named lake, having both Titty and Caca in it. The titmouse isn't even a mouse, it's a bird. Good to know, Ruben. Good to know. The titmouse is a bird that lives exclusively at Lake Titicaca. I'm very fond of woodpeckers. The roadrunner is a desert animal. You are more of a water bird, I believe. Well, you know what kind of bird I am. I'm an Andean flamingo.
Yeah, you are.
From the Andes. Okay? Which means I don't take no shit.
I'm a bog turtle.
Rachel's a bog turtle and I'm an Andean flamingo.
Yeah.
We met one day. I was going for this one worm in the bog, and she was going for the same worm in the bog, and we're like my beak bumped into her turtle beak, and we're like, what? And it's been a story ever since. Every day we wake up and we say, what? And that's the true story of love at first bite. Because we were both biting on a worm at the same time.
Yeah.
A delicious, nourishing worm.
Yeah. Hey, Diamond.
Oh, Diamond. That's a silly goose. And here's a dick in your eye. You're welcome. Who's putting dicks in whose eye?
And why?
I don't know. That's what G says. I don't want your dick in my eye, if that's what you're suggesting, G. Nor do I want to put my dick in your eye. So, experience doesn't lie. I don't need that experience to know I don't want to put my dick in his eye. Nor did I want his dick in my eye. I've never had a dick put in my eye, nor have I put my dick in anyone's eye. At least not poke their eye with it or anything. But the point is, I don't want your dick in my eye, or on any other part of it. Just keep it away from me entirely. There, now you can see the window a little bit. What's that sound I just heard? It's a mystery sound, but you know what? It's morning. It's already 6 in the morning. 6 in the morning, police at my door. Spooky. It is spooky. Mike BB flinging it around and accidentally got it stuck. Flinging it around? What's Mike flinging around and accidentally getting stuck? Is it his wiener? I see the rare one every now and then. They are stunning little fighter jets. Well, good for them. Stunning people with their flying around and such. Would you say that they're more than stunning? Would you say that they're flabbergasting? Are they astonishing? Are they astounding? Are they? Do they leave you gobsmacked? Or are you just stunned by them? I mean, Mike is everywhere, right? The is everywhere family is, with their family, like kids' names are Mike, Hisk, Herc, Ark, Derek, Wirk, no, Ark, Eric, let's see, it's the is everywhere family really made a mistake when naming all of their kids the way they did, the first names. It wasn't until years later that someone pointed it out to them. They're like, oh my God, I never thought about that. Oh, the name, my family name is almost everywhere. It just seemed like a normal last name. I never thought I had to worry about what first names I would name my kid with my normal last name of almost everywhere. I totally feel you, says the Aunt Believe is not butter family. Featuring Ike, Chic, Heat, and other such individuals in the mix. I can't believe it's not Butter family is good friends with the Amazariver family.
You believe that my dad's an INFP, right?
Yes, I do. You look quite confident of it, really. When he was at dinner, with the rehearsal dinner, seeming so satisfied and pleased and so forth, he reminded me a lot of the INFP I lived with in China. The way that he genuinely enjoyed things that he genuinely enjoyed, you know? In this really FI resonant way. FI absolute value rather than FI instrumental. Iron Lion is rich. You should give Eric some money, according to G. Well, not a bad idea. Not the worst idea I've ever heard. You know, sometimes people do give me money. And that's nice when that happens. I'd like somebody to give me $1 million. I think that would be fair.
Yeah.
1 million billion trillion dollars.
He has to give it to us.
Yeah, no strings attached. Just like, here, you guys deserve this. Have $1 million billion trillion dollars. Well, we're like, thanks. You're right. We do deserve this. Racehorses do have the fanciest name, like D'Angelo Cabin.
Yeah, like me and his little Kevin. What is a piebald horse friend?
They prefer to be pie hairless, is what they prefer to be called. In case you bald is hate speech. $4 like koi fish. Well, I don't want any koi fish, so
Neither do I.
doesn't matter how many $signs they are. From 1 to 4 to 0, doesn't matter. I still don't want any koi fish. I have no place to put them. Sounds like a pain in the ass. Do I do dressage with my horses? Oh yeah, all the time. I dress them up as princesses.
Do the cows get to do dressage if they want to, or is that a separate sport?
Well, the way I do it, yes, we could play dressage with the cows too. You just dress them up as different things, like dress one of them up as the county judge, dress one of them up as like the policeman. Yeah. Dress your horse up.
What if one is destined to like dance like on the side? Like...
Well, the point is you got to get them dressed up before you have them put on a little play.
Oh.
And you have them put on a little play. You got to tell like the cow, you go over there and start a fight with that guy over there because you are playing the role of the town drunk, the rowdy town drunk. I like my dressage with Chinese. The problem, of course, is that cows, as you may or may not know, are not very good actors.
Oh no!
Yeah, they're not very believable, right? They're wooden. They seem to freeze up under the lights. They don't follow direction very well. Horses, on the other hand, are dreams to work with. They are natural actors. They all use method acting.
According to, they all use method acting.
Yes,
Does any of them have like, you know, like problems with stuff like when they method act?
No, because fortunately they're always playing horses.
Oh, that's good.
So they already are horses, so it's pretty easy for them to play the role.
Lip soup. That's what these cows are getting ready for. Really.
Yeah. Well, isn't that what everybody's working for ultimately? A hearty plate of soup lips.
Yeah.
Thanksgiving ain't really done till I had my plate of soup lips.
I could see that as a commercial in Rick and Morty.
Welcome home, son. Oh, it's good to be back in soup lips country. Pa, don't worry, Mama's got a hot set of soup lips ready for us to feast upon.
Soup lips. The soup that satisfies.
Now even easier than before. I can make soup lips for my entire family in just under 30 minutes. Stop playing with these soup lips. I'm not playing with them, Mom. Yes, you are playing with them. They're supposed to go, they're in my mouth. They're on your lips. That's not the same thing as in your mouth.
Thank you for making that distinction.
Can we make donut cookies? You know, the last one didn't come out that great. It's kind of a mess to make dough and stuff. But if I did it properly, it wouldn't be so messy. I messed up and left out the milk last time.
Oh.
Yeah, I left out the milk. The problem was also that, of course, I didn't have all the proper
No, you
ingredients
didn't.
for donut dough. I had to replace shortening with butter, and I had to replace something else with sour cream. I don't remember what that something else was. But kids should be showing soup lips to others if they get shown some back. I'm not sure what that means, but okay. I would like to make some kind of delicious treat, but I don't know if I have that much energy in me right now. Like, what would be a delicious treat to make in theory? I wonder. Oh, we don't have any flour.
Yeah, no.
We need to put flour on the list.
Anything else?
We are OUT of FLOUR. Anything else? Well, I mean, I might want to like bake bread. Let's see what ingredients are in making bread. Bread dough. All the kids at school are jealous of your lunchbox. Turgid with soup lips. Turgid soup lips. Turgid soup lips is what it's called when they're cold and all gelatinated. You want your soup lips hot or turgid?
You can have it either way.
Yeah, and people like it one way or the other.
Yeah.
So what am I Googling this time? What important question
I don't know.
addressing?
Oh, how to make bread.
Right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Bread dough recipe. Homemade bread. Simple yeast bread dough. Super soft white bread. Well, these two have 5.0. This one only has 4.7. And some 4.8s. Here's a 5.0 bread recipe. Here's a 5.0. All right, let's look at some of these. What ingredients do they require? Yeast, sugar, salt, oil, flour. We already have all this. Oh, did you put canola oil on the thing?
Yep.
Okay, cool.
We have sugar.
Yeah, we have sugar.
What's granulated sugar? What if
That's
we
just
use-
regular sugar.
Oh, okay.
Put the yeast in a large bowl, pinch the sugar and honey. We could get more sugar. We could also get confectioner's sugar if we wanted to.
Up to you.
So proof the yeast, then prepare the dough. Add all the shit, combine in the mixer until all the dough begins to pull away from the sides of the bowl. Make the dough for 5 minutes on medium speed. At that point, begin to mix the dough for 5 more minutes at medium speed. To be smooth and elastic and sticky to a clean finger, but not overly sticky. Okay. Grease a large bowl with oil or cooking spray and place the dough inside. Cover with a dish, towel, or plastic wrap and allow it to rise in a warm place until doubled in size about 1.5 hours. Then punch it down. Divide it into equal portions and put each in greased loaf pans. We got to make sure we have loaf pans. If we don't, we should
We
get
don't.
loaf pans. Okay, we need to get loaf pans. Spray 2 pieces of plastic wrap with cooking spray and lay them gently over the pans. Allow the dough to rise again for 45 minutes to an hour until it's risen 1 inch above the loaf pans. Okay, fair enough.
Yeah. We have one bread pan.
One loaf pan?
Yeah.
Maybe we'll need to get another one.
Okay.
We just got to eat that bread fast because it gets stale fast, homemade bread. That's one recipe. This one also just has flour, salt, butter, water, yeast.
Do we have yeast?
Yeah, we have yeast.
Ah.
Maybe we could get more yeast. I'm going to put that on the list. Again, it doesn't seem to involve any eggs or anything, any of these recipes, so.
It's good.
I'd say we don't need a lot of special ingredients or anything. When you arise in the morning, think of what a precious privilege it is to be alive, to breathe, to think, to enjoy, to love. I'll try to do that. I'll do my best to be super positive. Yeah. Hallelujah, the new day is born. Some people want to come home after a long day and simply feel loved and comfort at the person they see every day. Well, that's a perfectly reasonable thing to want to do. Well, I'm looking up the recipes because I wanted to see if there's anything else I need to get at the store when we get flour. So if it said eggs, for example, well, we don't have eggs, so we'd have to put that on the list. But there's no eggs. If it said shortening, we don't have shortening, so we'd have to get that. But it doesn't say that. So turns out I have mostly everything that we need to have except for the flour. True happiness is to enjoy the present without anxious dependence on the future. Well, I don't think anxiety about the future is dependence upon the future, is it? Well, I tried to instill a stoic spirit in him, but that was not enough. I'm sorry to hear that. Talking about Commodus. Commodus didn't listen to you, huh? Bet he paid the price for his wrongness. Smoking anything in the right amount will get you high. Or dead. The ability to swallow I don't take for granted anymore. Well, I'm sorry to hear that you had some problem with that. I'm slow awake. I am kind of slow awake right now. I could see myself settling and watching some TV pretty soon. You know, in preparation for going to bed. Now it's 6:21 in the morning. It's getting on near bedtime, I guess. Smoking guns, smoking guns. That's a smoking gun. I've heard it undone everything the first movie accomplished. I don't know who this Roman emperor was, played by Denzel Washington. So what you're saying is that Roman emperors weren't black? I abused my throat by singing too much. Never again.
I don't want to see anything with Denzel Washington in it.
Yeah, I'm kind of wary of the old D-dubs at this point. Seems to be somewhat caught up in the whole Diddy stuff. I don't mean to convict the man by rumor, but in this case, it seems like where there's smoke, there's fire. In this whole Diddy mess, it's like people are being as restrained as they can and reporting on things. Well, I think his observation, Winston's mom, was that unlike Denzel Washington, none of the Roman emperors were. Sasquatch says we need to defeat the aliens so that Bigfoot people can be free. Sasquatch, if you were really a Sasquatch, you'd know that Bigfoot is hate speech. Okay. I respect the Sasquatch people, therefore I don't use that derogatory term. And no, it's not okay for Sasquatches to use the term. It's every Sasquatch I know has always been like, Bigfoot hate speech. Me Sasquatch. No, me Bigfoot. Because that's how Sasquatches talk. Well, Marcus Aurelius, maybe it's true there weren't any Roman emperors that were black. But I personally don't care. If they want to cast a black person as a Roman emperor, that's fine with me. They don't need to have actual black Roman emperors. That's fine. They can cast it, Roman emperor as a Chinaman. I don't care. I'm willing to make the leap. Your friend slept with a Sasquatch? Well, your friend's not the only one. There are a lot of women out there who are into Sasquatches. G slept with a succubus, which is what he called a female Sasquatch. Personally, I don't swing that way. I don't swing Sasquatch. But I'm not judging. I know plenty of people have lasting, healthy, loving relationships with Sasquatches. I'm not a fan of diversity in the United States. Imagine going to the Philippines and wondering why there isn't diversity. Well, I wouldn't wonder about that, but you know, the U.S. has a much different history than Philippines. Represents a much more diverse populace and always have, you know. It's like the United States began to include black people when we insisted on bringing them over here as slaves. Oh, I'm not working with no dog man Sasquatch. No way. I'm all about Sasquatch power. Me and Sasquatch are down like Timothy Town. Can you hand me my purse, please?
Sure.
It's right there.
I see it. I was just turning the volume down on my phone.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
Let me introduce you. Let me prove to you how down I am with Sasquatch Nation. Okay?
Prepare to be amazed.
Old man right. Bigfoot hate speech. Me Sasquatch. Thanks, Sasquatch. Who this man say they Sasquatch? Me not sure me believe. Sasquatch did not agree. You probably working with Dogman. You probably are Dogman. I can't see what you look like, but you see I'm Sasquatch. Diversity has diluted racism. Well, good for diversity. Oh, Sasquatch, you're so fly. Sasquatch, no. Sasquatch always been very fly. So I think that, check game, set, match, Sasquatch. Game, set, match. I think we know who the real Sasquatches are around here. There's no art really done making woke movies. No, I agree. I mean, it's a terrible artistic decision to have diversity for its own sake, to like remake this perfectly fine movie, but now with all chicks being all like girl power and lesbian. It's like super cringy, Just let things naturally occur rather than trying to force them.
Like I said, like if they did like an Ocean's 13 and had it as a mix of guys and girls, I'd be down with that. But like just isolating it, like it's not as fun.
Well, it's like I said about the modern Three's Company. If there were a contemporary remake of Three's Company, it would be, and the kisses are theirs and theirs and theirs, Three's Company too.
Yep.
Which would be silly, in my opinion. Nobody would really want to watch this show about three transgendered people of indeterminate gender who all have their pronoun as theirs. And them living together and I don't even know what, having a weird mix of sexual confusion going on of some kind. Because it's like, none of them identifies with any specific gender. In any given moment, they might identify more as one gender than another.
Yeah.
Movies in the U.S. should simply be what it once was in the 40s, 50s, 60s, and 70s. Little diversity and all white and gender roles existed. Okay, Marcus Aurelius. Why should it be this way exactly? What's your justification for the normative claim that it somehow was better that way?
Yeah. So I have a request.
Yeah, what's your request?
Instead of watching movies for Christmas. Can we maybe watch some Christmas episodes of Bob's Burgers?
Sure. Whatever you want, darling. You just gotta remind me periodically or say when you want to do that or whatever.
Okay.
But if you spy with your big ass eye, it's easy. Shy squatch.
Well, like, isn't Leia considered a Jedi? Like, or half a Jedi? Because she's.
She's considered a
Really?
lady Jedi.
Yeah, she is.
A lady,
A
they
lady.
call them.
She is a female Jedi.
Why do you
like
hate
Leia.
female Jedis, G?
Leia.
There-
Leia's half Jedi.
There are no female Jedis. There are Sith. They turned the meaning of Star Wars upside down. So there are no female
There really
Jedis.
aren't? But what about Leia?
Leia is strong with the Force.
Yeah, she is.
So is the lady who's Luke and Leia's mother, right?
Yeah, Padawan. Our Padawan. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it is Padawan. So they're not supposed to be into the Force, did you say? Now, Leia was never written as a Jedi, so she understood her role and she didn't overstep her boundary zone. She was loud but not biologically strong. Okay. You sure are attached to these traditional understandings of gender roles and a homogeny that doesn't exist anymore. But I think that stuff's silly. It's suggestive of bitterness, I guess. Canon Star Wars is good. Well, I'm not going to dispute you there. I like 4, 5, 6 a lot, I think they're great. So I'm going to end this poll. I've been going on for an hour. Flabbergasting is taking the win here today. Congratulations to Flabbergasting. The majority of us are being flabbergasted, which is more than just amazed. And those who aren't are just noting that this is fantastic. So few of us are just amazed, but only 8%. Leia was even hinted as a reserve if Luke would not make it. That makes her. Why did you delete that, Acacia?
Is that a mistake? Did your hand slip?
Probably.
That makes sense to me that Leia was even hinted as a reserve if Luke would not make it. That makes her capable. Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. I'm sorry, Eric. The paleo thinking of mine came from what was taught to me by grandfather and my father. Well, I mean,
That's okay, Acacia. We all do it.
my father wasn't exactly like a postmodernist of any sort, but he always conveyed to me, in both word and behavior, that he and my mother were equals. So I think that worked out well for them.
Yeah.
It was fair to both of them. And when they didn't have agreement, then, my dad wasn't going to ever push anything through over my mom's objections. Granted, my dad, being the extrovert, like floated ideas, initiated things that they might do, and so forth, but he would never go ahead over my mom's objections. They were separate, I guess, in the sense that they weren't the same person. But, but yeah, they were. I don't know. They had different roles. Like I said, my dad was kind of the initiator, and my mom was the go along or put the brakes on person.
In socionics, Eric's dad was a supervisor and Eric's mom was a supervisee.
Well, Marcus Aurelius, I personally agree with the role understanding you're proposing there in terms of it's, Rachel's my responsibility and not the other way around when it comes to practicalities, right? But, and I'm her responsibility when it comes to subjectivities. But that's not always the case. It happens to be the case in this relationship. But if somebody else's relationship were to understand things differently, I wouldn't consider that inferior. Like if the roles were reversed in someone else's relationship, and they were fine with it and happy with it, I wouldn't have a problem with it. Yeah, my dad was an ESTJ. Your dad's a racist because he was treated badly and has a deep-seated hatred towards colonialism and certain evils that they brought with him. Well, okay. Those were people who brought colonialism and the associated evils, not our race. You know what would have solved all those problems? The conflicts between colonizers and those being colonized. A hearty serving of soup lips.
What kind of nutritious value does soup lips have, if any?
Oh, it meets all your daily needs for fat, meat, vitamin. Awesome.
Does it have any fiber?
It doesn't have any fiber.
Okay.
Another problem. We need more fiber in our diet.
Yeah, we do.
You know what? It'll be a lot easier to eat fiber when I have some teeth to chew things with.
Mm-hmm.
So hopefully we'll get at least the bridging on the top over there dealt with relatively quickly.
Yeah.
We are Maori. Well, congratulations, Maori. Are you from Mayo? The land of mayonnaise?
Who invented mayonnaise? Where does it come from?
It comes from Maori. The Maorian people invented mayonnaise.
Oh no.
I'm sure it's the French who invented it. The man who has to say, I am the king, is no king. Well, what should the king say? I'm not the king? What's your job, sir? I'm the king. All right. You are hereby disqualified because the man who has to say I'm the king is no king. Well, you asked me what my job was. My job is king. Here you see on my business card, Eric King. Here on this map, you see our kingdom says ruled by King Eric.
What do you think about this? So like it said that Meghan Markle, when she was over in England and like accepted into the family and like Harry brought her to the cottage that he like was inherited, she like complained that it was like dusty and stuff.
Oh. What?
Yeah, I thought that was pretty rude too.
Just what an absolute cunt.
Like,
I'm sorry, but I'm calling it like I see it. She is straight up cunt.
yeah, I think so too. I thought that was so rude. I'm like, oh my god, like I'd be like so
That-
happy.
It's just the least of her horriblenesses, even.
I know.
Well, apparently Harry's getting sick of her,
I heard that too.
so I guess he's beginning to get fed up with her. Me all the
Yeah,
time.
like, how can
bullshit.
you like? How can you sustain that?
So yeah, you should divorce her ass and get back with the family, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Send her packing. Get out of here, you stinker. Hi, Grapin. Okay. Okay to you too. My brain is melting into a sleeping time. Getting ready for sleeping times. Probably want to watch TV before our sleeping times though. I've been enjoying watching different poker blogs. If they're put together well, if they're edited well, it'll be quite entertaining for me to just watch these people go through like, okay, I played in this tournament and these were the key hands. So and I was card dead for about an hour and then okay, here's the 17th level. I pulled up this hand and they have a little video of themselves pulling the hand up and stuff. Pretty entertaining.
That sounds entertaining.
Yeah, it's seems like it's a lot of editing they have to do. You go by say, okay. I'll try to remember that. Say. As I'm sure I observed last time, I believe. As in Ron Say. Former Dodger, was he second baseman, shortstop?
Really?
What are
Wow.
these sounds I'm hearing?
Birds?
I don't know. Could be birds. Could be monsters.
Could be. You don't know what it's about.
Could be trucks. Could be ducks. I cut my hand at work and it fucking hurts. Sorry to hear that. Say. You know what I'd recommend? A Band-Aid. Band-Aid and a little Bactine.
Yeah, Bactine helps.
First you put the Bactine, then you put the Band-Aid.
Mm-hmm.
Then lastly I'd recommend finding a loving woman to kiss it and make it feel better.
Aw.
If you don't have a mother right at hand, you can find a wife or something, you know. How did I make them feel? You made them feel like $100 million. The sun's rising. It's dawn. It is dawn. I'm not talking about the dishwashing detergent. I'm talking about sunrise. The beginning of a new day. The fresh smell of bird tweets in the air. Hydrogen peroxide rinse, then water, then dry, then Bactine, then Band-Aid. Wow, that's a lot of steps, Rubenar. You're getting your TE on.
Yeah.
And then have some soup lips and a smoke. Always good advice. Soup flips and fried walrus anus. Two great tastes that taste great together. If you've never had a walrus anus before, let me tell you, it's a weird mix between, like, say, a cow's butthole and a fish's butthole. TE for life. At dawn, when you're having trouble getting out of bed, tell yourself, I have to go to work as a human being. What do I have to complain of? I'm going to do what I was born for. Sometimes what I was born for is staying in bed. You know, often enough. What I'm born for is just chilling right here, horizontally, with my eyes closed, in a little something I like to call sleep.
I'll meet you in bread.
Walrus anus is one of the most underrated of all anuses. It's a delicacy in many cultures, including in Guatemala. They eat a lot of walrus anus.
Wow, I'm sure it's expensive.
Yeah.
They
Or
have to export that stuff.
Argentina also
I mean,
really
import it.
enjoys walrus anus. South Korea, they enjoy it pickled. You know, Japan, they enjoy it in lots and lots of ways, of course. Sashimi walrus anus, popular with rice, fried in ginger and oxen tail. Yeah, in New Orleans, they make a mean walrus anus gumbo. But I think the French probably do it best, where they combine it with snails and make a pate. They can combine it with snails and make a pate. Because interestingly enough, walrus anus has exactly the same consistency as goose liver. Tell me how you feel. If you want to refute and show I'm seeing things from a wrong perspective or making a mistake, I'll gladly change.
Hey, Say. I'll be in the chat pretty soon.
If I were on death row, about to get electrocuted or whatever, they ask me, what do you want for your last meal? I'd say, I want walrus anus and a steak of, what are those things called with the horns in the sea? Narwhals.
Narwhals.
I want a steak of narwhal, medium rare, and a plate full of pickled walrus anuses. You can't kill me until you give me my last meal, okay? That's what I want. And like, you can't have that. Sorry. You have to pick a more reasonable last meal. Say, like, this isn't my last meal. How could you say I'm being unreasonable? This is my childhood favorites. I'm trying to get the last taste of mom's home cooking before you execute me. Can I please have my pickled walrus anuses and narwhal steak? Yeah, narwhal cock is fine. I want, broiled narwhal cock with a side of pickled walrus anus. That's my last meal. Is that too much to ask for? Don't you ever go to the restaurant and just say, give me the old cock and ass? It's an old British expression, means literally penis and butthole. It is, but not around here. You go to a fancy restaurant, they have fancy names for it. They call it narwhal member and walrus sphincter to kind of make it a little more classy. Walrus sphincter enveloped in a truffle sauce, a rich truffle sauce. Narwhal member, gently grilled at precisely 300 degrees for 12 minutes over cherry wood fire. Sprinkled lightly with sea salt and garnished with edible flowers. Wait a second. I'm pretty sure this is just narwhal cock. I wasn't sure until we actually got it in front of us, but I've seen a lot of narwhal cocks in my life. And I'm pretty sure this is narwhal cock. Member, you could say, your manhood. You could say your dangly pole. Could say you're heap full of biscuits. I don't know. What would you rather it be called? What do they call a woman's vagina if they have a euphemism for it? Like her womanly folds? My reproductive organ is at attention. Well, good for you, Iron Lion. Good for you. I'm assuming you're talking about a vagina being at attention? Well, okay. Perhaps that was redundant. Gee. Perhaps it was redundant of me to say a woman's vagina. Obviously, a vagina comes with being a woman. Narwhal cock and a Sprite. But you've got to stop serving me these plates of pickled walrus, or I am going to be full before I get to my narwhal cock. Ruben, do not fill up on that walrus anus. Do you remember last time you came here? It's just got this amazing, sea mammal flavor that I just can't get enough of. Kind of tastes like sea mammal shit, I guess. I wonder if there ever was a culture like of Inuits or something that the anus of the walrus was a prized delicacy. People like to make weird things prized delicacies, Could be. That's why people eat so much weird shit. Although I will say, when we went out for Rachel's birthday last year and we had some caviar, it was actually quite good the way it was all put together. It wasn't just straight up caviar, it was a caviar on top of this little thing with some other stuff on it. Calamari. It's another word for butthole. It's the Italian word for butthole. There's a rumor going on around that a lot of calamari was actually pig butthole. But you know what? It's not true. People aren't passing off pig buttholes as calamari. I looked into it, it's not true. So if you were worried that the seafood you thought you were eating might be actually pig butthole, well, you're not alone, but in fact, it's not pig butthole. In general, I like to avoid eating seafood. Not just because I don't really like it, but also because, like, oh, just leave the fish in the ocean alone already. Sometimes it's fine, you know, if I'm feeling indulgent and, like, if I'm feeling really super indulgent and kind of DGAF, I might order swordfish, which is my favorite fish, but it's like, it seems mean to eat it. Like, leave the big swordfish alone. I think we should mostly just eat animals that we have domesticated for the purpose of eating, like cows and pigs and chickens. You could throw farmed tilapia into the mix, fine, you know. Farmed fish is fine in my book, but in general, I'd like to see people leave the wild animals alone. For one thing, they just don't taste as good as the domesticated animals, which have been bred to taste good for many generations. Cows, pigs, chickens. The bad tasting cows, well, I guess they can't really taste a cow before they decide whether to breed it or not. Well, I'm assuming some way they figured out, like, this line of cows from this cow has turned out to be not as tasty as that line of cows from that cow. So let's keep breeding that one, but not let this other one breed. Sure, they have some way of figuring it out. Given the fact that the lifespan of cows and the breeding cycles and stuff, over the course of 20 years or 30 years, you could certainly figure that out, I guess. And they've got different kinds of chickens, like egg chickens and meat chickens are very different. Pigs, I'm not sure about pigs, like they have different kinds of pigs that taste a little different from each other. I know they do things like, well, this pig was fed on this kind of thing, and therefore it tastes better because it ate just this kind of thing. But I don't know if they do, like, pig breed A versus pig breed B, if they taste better. You'll see on beef, like, oh, it's Angus beef, means it comes from Angus cows. If it's Wagyu beef, means it comes from these certain Japanese cows, you know. I don't know if they do that for pigs. Doesn't seem like they do. I've never heard of a pork product bragging about what kind of pig it's made out of. I think there's a general feeling that pigs are pigs, you know. But I'm no expert on hog husbandry. So I could be very wrong, just speculating wildly about pigs without any actual knowledge. Shame on me. Boy, my tea is very yellow. I need to drink something other than just coffee, like maybe some water would be good. I'll mix the water in with my coffee for our combo beverage affair. That's what you call a two-beverage affair. Giant squids are real. Good for them. I'm so proud of them for finally achieving realness. I didn't know they were fake, but now I know they were fake, but now they're real. So good for them. What about regular squid? Are they real? Good question. Maybe you could take your B's now, my B vitamins. I could take some vitamins. That's a good idea. I'll go get a vitamin. I do kind of feel the difference when I take vitamins. I'm sure it's just the B's. I'm really feeling the difference because I feel it in terms of neuropathic things. Hi, beautiful. How are you?
Okay. I was just asking ChatGPT if persistence is theology, and he says that it's
Okay, well, I think it's really kind of about how it's used.
that's what it also said.
Well, good for ChatGPT. It can be pretty informative sometimes. And I additionally take one of these. That's right, this doesn't actually have any B vitamins in it. It has this little bowling toy that I got. One of these B's. And then I will additionally take one of these B vitamin activator things. Now that's a lot of vitamins. 3 vitamins. Well, 2 vitamins and 1 vitamin activator. All right. Vitamin swallow, check. I've actually gotten a lot done tonight. I took the trash out and put the things back underneath the sink. I guess that's it. But that's a lot, really. It's a lot more than nothing. It's 5 times more than nothing. Oh man, laughed until I cried several times tonight. You do your sleep. Glad to hear that you laughed till you cried several times tonight. Talking with righteousness people? No, not with righteousness people necessarily. Although hopefully, it'd be nice if I just talked with righteous people, but the reality is not everybody who comes around here is righteous. Some of them are ill-intentioned, bitter, snarky, trolly, any number of other things. I'm also getting ready for good night time. Good night, Ruben. Thanks for being here. You were a joy and a delight every minute of your company. What do you desire your animal half to be? She is a bog turtle. I am an Andean flamingo. We figured it out with my very scientific method. Good night, Ruben, says Iron Lion. How polite of you, Iron Lion, to say good night to Ruben. I admire your politeness. I'm getting very ready for bed. I'm feeling heavy-eyed, sleepy times. Like all of tomorrow's meowings. But I guess that's not that. You know what, Rachel? I didn't actually answer the question Mrs. Mom asked, which is, what would you like your animal have to be if you got to pick? If I got to pick, I'd pick. I'd pick maybe one of those toads that you can lick to get DMT. I just spend all the time licking myself. Or maybe I'd be like a big old desert tortoise, just chilling, moving around the sand, eating little bits of cactus and stuff or whatever I eat. Or maybe I'd be one of those gigantic Japanese salamanders. Those are pretty cool. And also they get like pampered by giant Japanese scientists all the time because there aren't very many of them left. They're huge salamanders. They're like the biggest salamanders in the world, these Japanese salamanders. Or maybe I wouldn't mind being one of those monkeys that sits in the hot tub in Japan. That'd be pretty cool. Because then I get to sit in the hot tub when it's cold outside with the snow around. That'd be pretty fun. I also wouldn't mind being a California condor just because they're so big. They have such big wingspans. I wouldn't mind being I wouldn't mind being a cat if you got a good life like our cats do, but I wouldn't want to be fixed. Oh yeah, we could both be those monkeys. We could just chill in the hot tub. I wouldn't mind being a Sasquatch. I don't know if that could be my spirit animal or not. I think my spirit animal really is Tiffany. You want to be a chameleon? You can just blend into whatever background and never get noticed until you bring attention to yourself. I'm a giraffe. Well, according to my last name, I'm an ostrich, which seems to make more sense to me than a giraffe. You know, I'm kind of like, ostriches are kind of a mishmash of things that shouldn't go together. Like, I'm a massive bird, so big that people sometimes ride on them, that runs fast but can't fly. It's a strange combination of things. It's like you expect this to be a horse or something. Runs fast, can't fly, relies on general kind of intimidation / claws or talons and fangs or a beak, you know. It seems more like some kind of mammal than a bird, but instead it's a bird. I'm kind of like that too. I'm a bird, but all of my various qualities are like, you shouldn't be a bird. I also wouldn't mind being something like a flying squirrel, because I'd have all the regular squirrel powers, plus I could leap from tree to tree high above the air and fly on my gossamer wings, or glide flaps as we like to call them in the tree squirrel industry. Well, I think it's time for me to watch a little bit of TV and go to bed. So I'm going to sign off now. Thank you all for being here. And don't forget to eat plenty of cheese.